One second, I forgot to do the YouTube title. I'm changing that over now. New Tarkov patch. Actually, there's quite a bit in it. Quite a bit in it. Oh, hell yeah. Shout out Argentina. Dude, I'm going to visit Argentina one day. I cannot wait. Heard it's the best steak you can get anywhere. Apotex, appreciate it, bro, with the 14 months, my man. And Mr. Barnes with the 2 months. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah, MP7 is crazy right now. I know, I saw that too. Yeah, that'd be one of the first things we hit, probably. Because I don't want to go into an offline raid with like 20 people and just have us all fucking run around with that MP7. The helicopter. One second. What they do to the MP7? I'll show you. You ever seen... It's every dude's signature stripper move. Every single dude's signature stripper move. The helicopter. Basically, you got your MP5 and it just swings around. Non-stop. Non-stop. Yeah, I'll show it. It's goofy looking. It's goofing. The patch notes overall did look pretty solid. They look pretty solid. I mean, I haven't played it yet, so I'm not entirely sure on that front. I might need to move my camera just a tad, just so we can see the full thing. But yeah, they look good. Yeah, DMV, appreciate you, bro. Thanks for the 32 months, my man. I feel like this patch probably should have came with 1.0. And or very shortly after it. 4 months into wipe. Got a little late. I do think it's a little late. But hey, better late than never, right? Better late than never. So it's again, haven't played it yet, so we'll see. But I just wanted to cover it. Then we'll go in. We'll check it out. I wanted to cover the future of Tarkov as well, and what that looks like. At least what I think it looks like. Obviously, no one can tell the future, but just kind of wanted to cover that, and then cover the new stream schedule as well. Was workshopping a few different ones, and I think we landed on one that we're going to test, and so we'll be covering that as well. But first and foremost, let's hit the patch notes. Some changes. Let me turn the music just ever so slightly down. So the changes. Multiple improvements aimed at optimizing client performance across all locations. The impact of these changes will depend on the player's hardware configuration and in-game settings. I was told that this is not so much aimed at high-end PCs, but more aimed at mid to low-end PCs. And so I'm not entirely sure how much of a difference I will see. But that's what I saw on Twitter. One of the devs was saying that. And so it's more aimed towards mid to low-tier PCs rather than the upper end. And thanks to Starforge, we're on the upper end. Like quite literally have the beefiest PC you could have for Tarkov outside of a 5090. But the game's CPU and RAM intensive, so a 5090 I don't think would really actually do anything for me. So yeah, in my mind, thanks to Starforge, we got the highest end PC that we can have for Tarkov. So I'm not even sure if we're going to see too much of a change with that guy. But that's fine, because my PC ran Tarkov fine, right? And so I think that they should focus on the low end to mid tier PCs and making the game run really well for those guys. Because I think that's probably the majority of the community is probably going to be on those PCs rather than the NASA bullshit that Tarkov required before, right? So, as part of optimization efforts, an updated player culling system has been implemented on customs. Whiz. Oh, they're kitten eating your food? Hang on one second, chat. We're good. A little kitten came in and was eating Wiz's cat food. Wiz was not happy. Devo, appreciate you, dude. 43 months, my man. Thank you. Okay, let's see. As part of optimization efforts, an updated player calling system has been implemented on customs, interchange, and reserve. This system has already been active on Streets of Tarkov. Implementation on all locations is planned in future updates. I knew what the calling system was once upon a time. I do not fully remember what it is. Anything with optimization, I'm all for, but let's Google it because I'm not entirely sure. What is player calling? Player calling is a performance optimization technique in video games, most notably in Rust, that stops the game from rendering player models that are not within your direct line of sight or are behind cover. By not drawing invisible players, it reduces strain on client machine, potentially increasing FPS by 10 to 20%. Okay. I mean, that makes sense. If the maps are rendering all the players from all across the map on your screen at all times, that's going to definitely eat up some of your performance, right? And so, and you don't need to see those players if you don't, they're not. If you don't see them, your game shouldn't be having to render it on your PC. So okay, that's not bad. So we'll test customs, interchange, and reserve, see if there's any difference. Improve the responsiveness and smoothness of main menu tabs and dialogue loading. That's nice. That's really nice because the menu is getting laggy there for a bit. I think that was mainly because I had too many people on my friends list though. So yeah, if it's more smooth and responsive, I think we can all agree that's a good thing. Added the ability to play as a scav solo in PvE zone on a local client to reduce raid matchmaking time. Okay, cool. So you get PvEers can scav and it'll be local. So that's good. As otherwise, if it's on their servers, performance might be a little bit better, but the load time will be a lot longer because you're waiting for a server to open up. But local client, the performance might go down a little bit because now your machine's having to load everything. But you'll load in instantly. Added further improvements aimed at reducing online raid loading times. Hey, that's a plus. Their most recent patch was a big thumbs up on that front. The queue times have been great. I don't necessarily know on the side of have the lobbies been more full. We might have less completely full lobbies, but the matchmaking time has been stellar. Added further improvements. All right. Adjusted the healing priority for multifunctional med kits after treating bleedings. Priority is now given to head and thorax. Solid. This is one of those ones that I just am so mind blown that it took them 7 years to figure out the priority. Marathon, the most recent, their healing, the auto heal or whatever is solid. Its priority list is very good on what it wants to use and when it wants to use it. The smart heal on that game is phenomenal. And I can't think of another game that the smart heal where you have several different types of bleeds, fractures, body limbs, death, hitboxes. So Like your arm being blacked out compared to your thorax being blacked out, two completely different things, right? Your thorax being blacked out, and then any extra damage, you're dead. Your arm being blacked out, any extra damage gets transferred to the rest of your body, right? And so if your thorax is on 1 HP and your arm's on 1 HP, what do you think the game should heal? Previously, it was going to go off of whatever was the lower HP percentage-wise. And so, like, if it was 1 out of 85, it's going to prioritize that over 1 out of 60, which was good. You know, you wanted it to prioritize the thorax, but there was a lot of weird spots where it was like, okay, if you have a fracture and you're trying to do a serve kit and your left arm's fractured, but your right arm's blacked out, you're using a serve kit most definitely on your right arm, right? Because you're not going to use a serve kit on your fracture. It's just that just doesn't make any sense. But priority said, let's go ahead and hit that fracture first. Made zero sense. That was a while back. I think they had changed that too. So either way, I hope they get that priority system down, because it is, with how many complications there are with different meds and everything, I think it's just one of those learning curves that isn't necessary in the game all that much. It's nice having all the different, like, you got your bleed, the heavy bleed, light bleed, fracture, blacked out limbs, and then the different death boxes. It's nice having all that depth, but it can be a little confusing for new players on like how to heal and everything like that. And so having something that's a little bit more fluid whenever you go to heal is solid. Did you stop streaming on YouTube? No, YouTube streams live. Added magazine drop sounds during reload and when discarding mags. This one, please tell me it does not sound similar to us dropping a gun. Nerd Sweat, appreciate you, dude. Hit us with the 2 years, my man. Very quiet, it's subtle. Okay. Significantly different and clean. Good. Okay. Because I was worried that, you know, when you drop a gun in Tarkov, it hits the ground and then and just like bounces around there and makes a crazy amount of noise. Like, I mean, a bull in a china shop would be quieter than dropping an MP7 on the ground. Like on dirt. You know, you drop it on dirt and it sounds like it's rattling on metal. That was terrible. Yeah, like a ratchet in a steel garbage can. That's the best description. Yeah, it was when you drop a weapon in Tarkov, it sounds like you're throwing a ratchet into a steel garbage can. I'm all for like the sounds when you drop stuff. I do think it's a little, when discarding magazines, that's the spot that I think they could just leave out. And this is what they should have done. Added magazine drop sounds during reload. That right there. That's all they needed to do. Period. Stop right there. Because when you double click R to reload and you drop your mag, or when you go to reload and you don't have a slot for the second mag, the mag you're taking out to go into your rig, it's just going to go on the ground. There's a lot of times when you won't realize that you had picked up an item, it filled up the last slot you had available to reload a mag, and so now anytime when you reloaded, you're going to drop that mag, right? It'll help. That helps that. So like that little drop sound would make it to where like, oh shit, I accidentally dropped the mag. Quality of life feature. Awesome. When discarding magazines, unnecessary. Not necessarily the worst, but like why choose magazines? But then if I drop, say, a bag out of a bag, it doesn't make any sound. I could drop a full BlackRock rig or a blackjack backpack out of another bag, and it won't make any sound. And it could be full of mags, right? It could be full of tank batteries. No sound whatsoever. And so, like, in my mind, it's just kind of a weird thing to choose. It's like, yo, let's hit up with the mags and make those drop. So, unnecessary, to be quite honest. I have a feeling that they couldn't do one without the other. Like I have, that's my guess, is they couldn't do one without the other. But at the end of the day, if it is subtle and quiet and it's not going to sound like you're throwing a ratchet into a metal trash bin, no problem. Not a big deal. I do think this first part is cool. Second part unnecessary. I don't think they could do the second part without doing the first part just based on the coding. It's my guess. Either way, not bad. Personalization is a cool one. Players who have previously purchased the Edge of Darkness edition, the EOD edition, as well as those who upgraded from Edge of Darkness to the Unheard edition now have access to unique customization sets for both factions. We'll check that out. Lords, I see your question about the start time. So I'll cover this schedule after this. I want to get through the patch notes and we'll cover the schedule and then we'll talk about the future of Tarkov while we're testing the patch out and stuff. Yeah, we get the EOD owners now get the clothing in game, which is cool. Added new customization sets, USEC, ScabTac, and Bear 3 stripes available for purchase on the official Escape from Tarkov website. We talked a little bit about it yesterday. Let me actually pull that up. The fuck is their store? I will say, I don't like it when video games just throw every single marketable transaction in your face. But on the flip side, I wouldn't mind it being a little easier to find where the skins are for sale. Expansions, maybe? Apparel unlock. Here we go. And they got it hidden. Okay. Here it is. So this is the USEC clothing. I kind of fuck with it. I like that you get the top and bottom. It matches, right? How sick is that? It matches, you know? And just for the price of $13, I no longer have to worry about killing Killa 100 times. I could just get this for $13. Oops. And here's the Bear one. Now, we kind of touched on it yesterday with BSG and their marketing of skins and stuff like that. Trying to think of who I saw post it. Here it is. So anyone that grinded Kill a Tracksuit, which takes hundreds of hours, you're going to lose your mental doing it. They get this top, right? You get the Kill a Tracksuit top, but you don't get the Adidas tracksuit bottoms. And so basically this kind of plays into one, BSG is just not very good at marketing and their skins, their in-game skins. It's interesting because if you wanted the USEC clothing, but you have a Bear account, but you don't want to have the green, you want the black one. It's like tough. And like these have nothing to do with USEC versus Bear, right? It doesn't say Bear anywhere on here. It just makes no difference. I'm so glad USEC got this one because this one's ugly as fuck. I'll say it right now. This one's ugly. I would not rock this one in game. Just not for me. This one, I'd rock the hell out of it. That's sick. I'm glad I have a USEC account because if it was the other way around, like I wouldn't spend any money, right? Like I would do this instead. Now, if they just had it to where regardless if you rocked Bear, regardless if you rocked USEC, you could buy either one, they would make more money. Without a doubt, they would make more money. So it's mind-blowing to me that they don't Add that as an option. And then on top of that, it is kind of a spit in the face to their player base and the player base's time on. It's like, yeah, I know you guys spent a lot of time to grind the tracksuit, and like we teased matching clothing for the bottoms and everything, and they turn around and they just sell it in game, which, you know, it's not the exact bottoms, right? It's not, that's not going to match any better than that with that. But it is kind of like if it was my player base and I had a quest in game that took hundreds and hundreds of hours to get to, I would include the bottoms if I were then to turn around and try and sell it as well. That part didn't sit right with me necessarily. I think the tracksuit owners should get the matching bottoms to this top, because otherwise, like, yeah, it just is. That's not it. That's not it. But that's, yeah. Either way, this is the new clothing, and this is here's another example, dude. I think these bottoms are just ugly as hell. This, either way, they're yeah. I like this one. I like this one. And they don't even get matching shoes. You get dirty ass white Adidas shoes. I'm so glad they did the USEC ones with this. This drip is sick. This drip's sick. So, let me pull up the other. And then this is the clothing for EOD owners. I'll pull it up in game. But this is the clothing for the EOD owners. The flannel with the black puffy jacket. That one's cool. I like this one. It's funny because they have a typo here. Veteran Edsig. I wonder if they fixed that at all. But that is not a G. That's not a G. So, Etsy. Bears different. Oh, Bears different. There's a different bear one for the EOD owners. Okay. And like that right there, where it's like, I'm more okay with that type of clothing being separate on Bear versus USEC. But it's more so the selling part of that it's still just as confusing to me as to why they went about that route. So yeah, but personalization, they added some new skins for sale, and they finally added the EOD owners. Yeah, that's free for EOD owners. The flannel one's free for EOD owners. Vanderlyn, appreciate you, bro. Thanks for the 5 months. And also Motion with the 62 months. God damn, bro. 62 months. Tier 2 at that. Thank you, bro. Much love. And Elite coming in with the 36 months, 3 years. Fucking legend. Only Plastic with the 46 months. Jesus. And Nerd Sweat with the 2 years. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay. Some balancing changes. Figurines and posters previously available as rewards during the release Twitch drops event now spawn on locations. I got a mixed bag on that one. I'm glad that they added them in, because there's the cat figurine, the BTR. There's a bunch of the cool figurines that I wouldn't mind finding in game. And then on the flip side, I did think it was kind of cool to have an item in game that you can't get anymore. And it was like, if you were a part of that event, you were a part of that event. And years down the road, that would have been a sick thing to have in your stash or highlighted in your hideout. And that brings me back to RuneScape. With RuneScape, you had these items in the OG days where if you played during the events, and they still have them now, but when you played during the events, you would get these cool in-game items, and like a Santa hat or a cracker that if you broke open, you could get a party hat out. You would get a party hat. It'd be a random one. Or party hats, or these like a scythe, and they were mad expensive because you couldn't get them anymore. And so it was kind of like a status symbol of like, damn, you own one of those? That's sick, right? Like, holy shit, dude, you've been playing that long. And so that was a cool thing. But on the flip side, it's like, well, you lose them when you prestige because you couldn't bring them back over when you prestige. And then it also makes it to where like you could buy them off the flea market, which I think having them tradable is nice. But it did make it to where you were, you'd have to pay a premium if you wanted to get the item. And so I spent a lot of money on the cat statues. And I don't regret doing it at all. Or the cat figurines, not statues, but the cat figurines. So overall, I think it's probably a good thing that they added them into loot because they're a fun item to loot. But it does take away any sort of... And RuneScape did the same thing also. Is I don't know how the RuneScape side of it played out, but the Santa hats and party hats, they're dirt cheap now. You can go buy them on the Grand Exchange for like 5,000 rubles or 5,000 coins or whatever it is, gold. And so they're super cheap. The rarity and the coolness factor is just no longer there with them. And so if you find them in game and you can get them in game, then the coolness factor is no longer there anymore. But it's also, it makes it where if you weren't here during the Twitch drops, you still have a chance to get them in and have fun with them and find them in game. Overall, I'm okay with it. Increased available time window for transitioning from shoreline to terminal. Nice. Okay. That one I liked. To be honest, I wasn't a big fan on that because it was like not this change, but having the time window so strict, because if you miss the time window, you're going to have to wait like 20-25 minutes, and not everyone has that much time to wait, right? Not a big deal if you're a content creator that plays 8 to 10 hours a day, 7 days a week, right? Not a big deal. If you got an hour or two and you were wanting to run it, but it's the wrong time, it's like, damn, well, now you might not have time to run it because you got to wait the 25 minutes to then be able to go in. And if you die once on the way there, it's like that eats up a lot of time. And so having that time window widened, it's a good thing. Increased the experience gained for completing PMC operational tasks is a good thing. Thank you so much. The loot, or not the loot, but the XP gained or needed even has been wonky to swipe. They increased the amount of XP you needed and then nerfed the amount of XP you'd gain on like unsuccessful raids, but then buffed it. And so it's been an ongoing just ongoing changes on balancing it. And I'm all for them increasing the XP gained. I think that as it stands, it's a little, they're fine-tuning it. As it stands, it was a little too difficult and time-consuming to get to the higher levels. And again, not a big deal if you play as much as content creators do, but if, that average dude playing it was too much. It was too much. And so I think having the experience gained for completing tasks is a good thing. I don't think I also heard that they nerfed the amount of XP that you get from Labyrinth. I was not a fan of like Labyrinth being the main bread and butter for XP. And I think that having it spread out more evenly amongst other tasks is a good thing. It shouldn't just be like, yo, if you want to level up, you just go spam Labyrinth or something like that. It's like, I think having some variety on XP farming is solid. Significantly simplified the PMC operational task objectives. I'm not entirely sure what they changed with that, but I'm also okay with that. I think it depends on what they mean by simplified. I'd have to look at what all changes they did. Why are you not playing Gray Zone? So Gray Zone Warfare has drops on the 31st. That's when I'm going to start because I didn't want to start today and get through all of those quests and everything and checking out all the new content and then drop start. And then I've got nothing to do. And so I was talking to Crafty about it last night. I was like, yo, you going to be playing Gray Zone tomorrow? And he's like, drops. That's what he told me. Because he made that mistake last time they did drops. He's like, I got through all of my tasks and then drop started and I had nothing to do. And he's like, that was it was rough. And he's like, so the plan is on the 31st when drops start, we're gonna hammer out the tasks and everything, and we're gonna be playing it as a trio, and it's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to it, but that won't be till the 31st. Remove the objectives for co-op extraction in both PMC and scav operational tasks. Massive W. This right here, you had to cheese. There was a quest that required you to have to take the PMC scav extract, and the amount of people I had come in asking for it, asking how to do it, was absurd, because it was so ridiculously difficult to get a scav to get into the extract with you, or it was on woods too, like the map that you're just not going to find very many scavs. And the way to do it was you had to throw a smoke at your feet while you're sitting in the extract, shoot a loud gun to bait a scav to come over and check the area out. And the scav would walk in the smoke, and then you'd extract with the scav because he wouldn't see you because of the smoke. But he'd be interested in checking out the area because of the loud shots. And it was cheesy. It was cheesy. Not needed for a quest, especially for a late game quest on the main storyline. He just had no fit. Reduce the number of priest kills required for completion in the story chapter. They are already here to 1 instead of 2. So cut it in half. I'm okay with that too. I think that the cultists are kind of a pain in the butt to find. And on all the other boss kill quests, besides killing Killa 100 times, you got to go kill Sturman twice with 2 different weapons. But like all the other bosses, the boss kill quest is like, go kill them once, get their, and then maybe get their specific item and turn it in. And so I think that's fine. Hunting the cultists is kind of a pain in the butt, and if you kill them once, that's enough of accomplishment. Having to kill them twice, it's not any more difficult, but just grindy. It just takes more time, right? And so if you've done it once, you can do it twice. So yeah, I think that's not bad. Reduce the trader response wait timers by 40% in the following story chapters. Following skies: the Ticket, the Unheard, the Labyrinth, and the Batya. See, that's another one. Is like I think they should have done this maybe a week into the wipe, maybe 2 weeks, definitely a month into wipe, 100 trillion% 2 months into the wipe. We're 4 months into the wipe, and they're just not doing it. It's not. That's the especially for the Batya. The time gates in this is like every quest or every other quest. You can do like one quest and you got to wait 24 to 48 hours to do the next part. I can't think of any game in the history of ever that on the main story, you go to play through the campaign and the main story is like, nah, you got to wait 24 hours IRL. It just didn't make any sense. I don't know why they went in with so many time gates. Wouldn't it be as big of a deal if they were short time gates, maybe, 24 hours in game, like that would fit the lore. That makes sense. It's weird that Reshala has an understanding, or not Reshala, but Proper has an understanding that that Tarkov's in-game time is different than out-of-game time, and he goes off the out-of-game time. It's like they tried to slow down speedrunners. That makes sense. Yeah, I agree with that. So slowing down the speedrunners, that's fine. And that's why I think that it would make sense to have done it a week into wipe when we had someone hit terminal, or 2 weeks in wipe when we had 100 people or 1,000 people hit terminal, or a month into wipe when damn near every content creator has hit terminal and there's guides out and videos and spoilers. And it's like, at that point, this, and the thing is like speedrunners, like what are they wanting to stop the speed running? I'd understand if it's going to give you an advantage, but like speed running through Batya doesn't give you any sort of an advantage. Completing terminal doesn't give you any sort of an advantage, right? And so it's like, I could see why they would want to have the time gate for slowing down speedrunners if it meant that they were going to have an unfair advantage over the rest of the community. But that just wasn't the case. And then I'm okay with, I think it's good. I for me personally, I'd say remove all the time gates from the main storyline and let the player base play at their own pace. especially this late into wipe, especially in a game that they're not going to be wiping. They're not wiping these accounts anymore. There's zero. I can't think of any logical reason to still have a time gate into the game. I can't think of any logical reason to still have the time gate in the game. But hey, lowering it by 40%, it's better than nothing. It's better than nothing. Yeah, the time gate should just be after the next raid. Yeah, like you go do one other raid. That would be solid. That time gate I'm much more open to than wait 24 to 48 hours and they don't even tell you. Like, what the fuck is that? You pulling a Comcast move? You know, they're like, yeah, we're going to have a technician come out anywhere from Monday at 8 a.m. to Friday at 5 p.m. Are you okay with that? You have to be home. You have to be home. Yeah, if they show up and you're not home, sorry. We'll reschedule. Right? So it's like that. I just don't understand why they would do that. But hey, better than nothing. 1 second. Let's see if Wiz wants in. Added alternative objectives to the story chapter tour to simplify location unlocks. Players can now either visit the location multiple times or survive on it one time to complete the objective. Okay. That's not bad. I think that works out because it makes more sense to me that like once you extract from that location, or even, you know, yeah, once you extract from that location, then that should open it up on the map. I feel like that is solid. I feel like that's solid. It kind of, I wonder if they changed up, like, do you have to pay 20k USD for Lightkeeper or Lighthouse? Like, I mean, you still can just go survive it once, but why would anyone ever pay 20k USD? And so I wonder if they made any changes to that whatsoever. Or they're just like, no one's going to pay the 20k USD. I guess maybe they will if they don't want to have to transit. But that's not bad, I guess. Simplifying it to where you just got to survive one time or visit the location multiple times. So you don't have to survive. You can just visit it multiple times. So maybe they did away with the quest as a whole on the tour, and rather this is now it. Reduce the duration of most hideout crafts required for story progression by 40%. Another time gate thing. That's good that they changed it up. I still feel like it should probably be a lower time gate, but better than nothing. When they first did terminal launch, 1.0 launch, for crafting a key access, it was 12 hours. You can only get one attempt or two attempts, I guess, if you crafted one and then crafted one immediately after. But yeah, two attempts a day on terminal if you went down the wrong path. And so like that was me. I was sitting there waiting 12 hours per craft. And then so like each death on that was even more devastating. Standardize the protection zones of front and rear built-in armor for light armor vests and armored rigs. That one's a question mark. Well, anytime they have any sort of thing where they mess with the hitboxes and or how the armor works, it's always a question mark. So, might be a good thing, might not. We'll see. I'm going to wait for Airwing to go test it, to be quite honest. Adjusted the prices for most armor vests and armored rigs. Prices of plate carriers without built-in armor have been significantly reduced. Okay. Good. Because realistically, plate carriers without any built-in armor, you shouldn't run them. You really shouldn't. You want built-in armor. Just the plate carriers that don't have any built-in armor should be very cheap because they're just not good. Increase the raider count in labs by 20%. Not bad. It used to be labs used to be like the main way to get XP. If you wanted to grind XP, you'd hit up labs and go kill raiders and stuff like that. And then they nerfed the XP you get from raiders, and then they nerfed the amount of raiders that spawn in labs. And so it's like now it was like 10-ish raiders that you could kill in labs. So an increase of 20%, that's solid. It's not a crazy amount, right? So they're going to add, it's probably like another set of raiders that are going to spawn, another set of 3. Increase the quantity and quality of loot in locked and marked rooms, solid. That needed to be done. In my mind, I feel like if you're going to have the most expensive key in the game, it should be a good key. You should be rewarded for that. It shouldn't be, just absolutely steroided out to where that's the only way to get any sort of good loot. Bosses and or quests and or marked rooms or locked rooms in general. And then a chance to get other stuff across the map. That's solid. But I think increasing the quantity and quality of the loot and marked rooms is great. When you go into RBVO, you open up, it's solid, dude. There's like 20 different guns and like a few different big rare items, like a red key card or the documents case and stuff like that. But the, you go open marked room on customs and there's like a Keter and maybe a pistol on the ground. It's just so like, I don't know, such a letdown. Like it feels like a deflator. Like you're excited about it and then all of a sudden it's just like, You could still get good items out of marked room on customs, but it was so drastically different than some of the other marked rooms. Like in my mind, a marked room should have no Keter. It shouldn't have like the super low tier level 1 guns you can get. It should have a fully kitted SR25 or fully kitted, the fully kitted G28, solid. Having a kitted gun, a special kitted gun, like a big pipes weapon or not necessarily a 6-round grenade launcher, but what's it? Bird Eyes M4. It's called Your X. It's like a specific build. Like have something like that. That's like a unique weapon that you can get out of marked room, and it's a good build and even a cool skin or something like that. Or like I feel like that would play more into this high tier key and loot in that room, as opposed to you open the room and you just find a Keter and some mediocre stuff. So increasing the quality of loot in locked and marked rooms is great. Increase the fuel tank spawn chance at gas stations on customs, lighthouse, and shoreline. Not bad. Reduce the arming distance of the VOG 25 round to 10 meters. Did it have a 40 millimeter or an arming distance? Could you not just shoot that at your feet and it blow up? Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong one. I could have sworn there wasn't 40 millimeter under barrel launcher. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. That shit used to be able to just shoot at the ground and it would explode. It's the silver one, is it not? That goes for the AKs. The VOG 25 round. It's the silver one, yeah? Right, now it's 10 meters. Okay, so they increased the arming distance of the VOG 25 to 10 meters. Okay. Okay, so increased, not reduced. I wonder if they even knew that there was no arming distance. I wonder if they even knew that. Reduce the trade or sell price of the HE grenade. This is the good one. I'm pretty sure the HE grenades are the good ones. Increase the trade or sell price of the VOG 25. So reduce the trade or sell price of this one, but increase the trade or sell price of that one. Okay. Let's see. This might not be the good one. The good ones for the 40 by 46 are the ones that arm at 8 to 10 feet. And the bad ones are like 45 to 75 feet away. 386 is not the good one. Okay, so it's these are the one that arms like you gotta shoot at distance. Okay. These are bugged. Don't use them. You can if you want. They work in a very specific range, and if you go barely far outside that range, they no longer do any damage. They'll tear up the person. Stank Rat and I tested it. We were doing a trolley thing, and we were trying to kill someone with a grenade launcher from all the way across the map. And so we set up lineups, and so you'd aim at the same thing, specific spot, shoot it, and then it hit across the map. And we had it to where Stank was landing the grenades at my feet, and they were doing zero damage. But they were, it was fucking up my plates. So like it was tearing up my armor, but was doing nothing to my HP. And even when I wasn't wearing any armor, it was still doing no HP damage at all. So these grenades are bugged. These are not, but these are. And so that's why we had to swap to the AK and rerun all the tests and stuff. It wasted like 4 hours. We ended up getting it. It was funny. The YouTube video is out. It's been out for years, but expanded the objective areas for elimination tasks with specific zones. Oh, pest control and safe corridor. Nice. These were a pain in the butt because they were on reserve and you had to do it in the hermetic bunker or in the barracks. So hopefully these two... Yeah, no, I'll chow down right after. We're almost done with the patch notes. So yeah, that's good. I'm all for expanding the objective areas. So basically on these quests, it's always like you got to kill someone within a certain perimeter. And as it gets later... Oh, they fixed the MP7 problem? Damn. That's unfortunate. That was going to be fun. We were going to go into a offline raid, 20 of us, and run around. But yeah, basically they'll have a perimeter of the area you have to finish the quest in. That can sometimes be a pain in the butt on finding players in those areas, especially for PvE homies, right? Like trying to get PMC up into the office area on Factory was a pain in the ass for the longest time. I don't know if it still is, but yeah, apparently it was a pain in the ass for the longest time. Adjusted the built-in armor protection zones for the following armor vests and armored rigs. The Eclipse with the lowercase I. Remove the groin protection. I was told this is still there, but we'll see. Either way, no, not going to protect your penis anymore. Cry Precision AVS and Stitch Profi Plate Carrier V2. Oh, that's the same one, actually. Is it? No. The AVS. Move the stomach protection to groin protection. Remove the lower back protection. Okay. So does it no longer protect your stomach? I think that's what it's saying. Which would kind of, somewhat make a little more sense because the armor plate would be here and then it'd have a little flap and there'd be another armor plate in on the low side. And so there'd be like a little bit of a leeway there where there's not going to be plate covering. So I guess that makes a little more sense, but... Oh. Reduce the penalties and increase spawn chance of the following heavy armor vests. Good. The Zabralo, the Redut, the Gen 4. Good. These guys were kind of nerfed into being obsolete for the longest time because they were just so heavy. They're too heavy, too many debuffs, and they don't protect you any better than the other armors. And so it's if you're gonna rock these armors, and they're supposed to be like the best protection, it's like they didn't give you any more protection than rocking just like the Thor armor that only covered your thorax. Like they gave a little bit, but it'd be tier 3, and everyone's got better ammo than tier 3. Scabs will have better ammo than tier 3 from time to time. Added new barters at Ragman level 4. On this right here, the biggest thing is reduce the penalties. Increase the spawn chance is solid for like the Zabralo because you need that for the quest line. You got to get one under 75%. And so having an increased spawn rate of that's solid. But the biggest thing is reduce the penalties because these guys were nerfed into... Oblivion, really. Added new barters at Ragman level 4. You get the Redut and the Gen 4 without plates. Removed outdated trade offers at Mechanic Loyalty level 1, previously unlocked after completing the task of failed setup. Reduce the requirements for the following barters. Okay. Not bad. So you get these a little cheaper. And then a bunch of fixes. Let's see. Let's see if any of these are like notable enough to cover. I'm sure there are. So bodies of water shouldn't disappear for people. People were online being like, oh, it's a tsunami event. It's like, fix an issue where healing continued after cancellation when searching a backpack looted from another player. PvEers can now get achievements. Well, the ones that they might not have received. Fix incorrect damage registration after fixing a weapon malfunction in certain cases. That's a big one, dude. That's a big one because your gun would jam and then you would clear it and fix it, but then the game would register you as having not fixed it. And so your next like bullet out, I think it was just a one bullet, wouldn't do any damage. Or it might have been that mag even or something. I can't remember what, but basically it just made it to where like the damage did not register because it would, the game thought that your shit was broken. But as I say, they've said they've fixed that a few times now, I'm pretty sure. So we'll see. Fix the cause of the BTR driver task progression resetting in certain cases. Remove the ability to list incomplete ammo stacks on the fleet. Bro, that should have been done. That should have been a hot fix and fixed immediately. It's crazy that they let that shit go on for so long because people were just scamming over the other players. You'd go to buy an ammo box on the flea, and if you didn't click on it and check the weight, then you might buy an ammo box that only has one bullet in it. And tough. It was like you spent full price on, and expensive at that, for one bullet. You'd be like $100K for one bullet of M855A1. So I'm glad that they removed the ability to list incomplete ammo stacks. That should have been a hot fix. Literally as soon as that got discovered, that should have been hot fixed. Fix the inability, which it might not have been that easy of a fix, and so that's why it took so long. Either way. Fix the inability to pay for vehicle extracts when currency was split across multiple stacks. Didn't know that. Fix an issue where gear preset purchases failed if item required different currencies or barter traders. I wonder if that's the same with like weapon presets. I hope so. When you go to edit a gun and you have your preset that you would try and build out, a lot of times it'd be like, oh, we're sold out of that item. But the traders would have some, the flea market would have a ton, definitely weren't sold out. And so I'm hoping that also includes weapon presets. But when they say gear presets, I'm thinking it means like when you're in your stash and in the top left, you have like your full gear presets, not just the gun, but like the full gear. Fix the cases where killed bots remained in eating or drinking animations. Fix an issue where opening the search window in stash caused client freezes for some players. That's good. Lowest durability armor was selected when equipping presets. Nice. That's solid. Because that one was a pain. It ended up changing a lot of... like if you do the equip presets, it does it with your keys and meds as well. It will try and deal with the highest durability, which isn't necessarily any better because if you have like a 3 out of 10 use marked room key and you have a 10 out of 10 use marked room key and you do the gear preset, it's going to take that 10 out of 10 use marked room key instead of the 3 out of 10. And so, but the 10 out of 10 is what's going to be the valuable one. A 3 out of 10 one, it loses value as you use it, right? And a 10 out of 10 one, it's just 100%. So people will pay more. So like that's not bad. It's not a bad start. The lowest durability armor being selected was kind of a pain. Because you obviously are going to want the higher durability one. But now, like with meds and meds, you'd want the higher durability. Yeah. But it also is like, okay, if you have a 3 out of 10 golden star, but a 10 out of 10, then you would probably want to use the 3 out of 10 one, not the 10 out of 10, because again, the full durability ones will sell better on the flea. Trying to post up a bunch of 5 out of 10s, 6 out of 10s, 7 out of 10s, 8 out of 10s, you can't stack them when you sell them, obviously. And so it's a little bit more tedious than it should be. Fix unnatural water reflections with SSR enabled. Fix inability to transfer money to mechanic in the story chapter unheard. Fix error 228 when handing in multiple documents to Mr. Kerman during the first Intel submission. Duplicated Kerman dialogues in certain cases. Error 228 after exiting certain dialogues. So like a bunch of just fixes with the main storyline tasks. Item loss from backpacks and PvE. Improve third-person sprint animation transitions from crouch positions. Fix the duplicate notifications when switching between story chapters. Fix the missing dialogue response options in certain cases. These are all big because, like, dude, if you're missing one of the dialogue response options, like that would literally just pause your quest. You weren't going to be able to continue. You're stuck there. And there's a lot of people that happened to. Fix the missing flashbang explosion sound when player was above or below the detonation point. Fix an issue preventing item filter selection at traders. Fix an incorrect purchase of cross armor at trader ref. Fix an ability to transfer items to traders immediately after receiving them via in-game. Okay. Now, these are just fix the issue with Black Division Bird Eye weapon presets, as well as Galante gear presets. Rework the tripwire placement for the Labyrinth. That's a good one. Yeah, dude, when I ran Labyrinth right after that bug happened and I spawned in, took one step forward and hit a tripwire. And I was like, holy shit, a tripwire, what the hell? And so I sprinted away from it and I hit another tripwire. And then I sprinted away from that one and hit another tripwire and sprinted away from that one and hit another tripwire. And I was like, fuck it, I'm just going to hide in the corner. And I ducked down and hit in the corner and didn't die from the tripwire. But then I hear my door open for my spawn and I hear Tegila's voice line. I'm like, what the hell? That raid was insane. But I died, and it was on the last AI. I ran out of ammo, and all of the AI was dead in my spawn, and no one could get to any of the loot. So if anyone else spawned in that lobby, they weren't going to be able to get anything outside of the open world loot, which is fine because there's a crazy amount of open world loot. But if you were there for like, any other reason, yeah, that was a funny one. But that there was one spawn that had like 10 tripwires in it. And then another spawn that had another tripwire in it that was like up against the wall that you weren't likely to hit. So yeah, I mean that's a good rework. Glad that one's in. All right, so those are the patch notes. Overall, dude, I think it's a pretty solid patch. It has a bunch of optimizations and quality of life and bug fixes. That's what we need. I fully stand by it. I think that's the biggest thing Tarkov needs is those three things, and just keep hitting us with these patches to where we get optimization, bug fixes, and quality of life updates. And then, come July, we'll get the seasonal characters. That's where you can focus on some new content. But making the game more accessible to the lower end PCs or the mid tier PCs is huge. And I think that's a big one with the CPU changes. That's huge. And then the rest of these changes and balance fixes, I think overall, dude, there's only a couple things in the patch note that I'm like, not needed or not wanted, but 99% of it, dude, solid. So let's get in. We'll give it a test. See what's up. I'll pull another update. I'll pull the close open in game and we'll test them out, check them out in game. The EOD for USEC at least. Yeah, I'm gonna grab them. Is the game running smoothly? I haven't opened it yet. I am just now doing that. One second, I'm getting sauce. Ah, they didn't put any green sauce in there. That's fine. There's some red sauce. The green sauce slaps, dude. The green sauce slaps. Okay. 2 seconds. I'm going to smash these tacos. I was dealing with some business things before stream and shop work and schedule and stuff like that. And so forgot to eat lunch. It is, Don. Yeah, the chair I have, it is a Herman Miller, the Embody. Fire. Expensive for a chair especially, but with how much I sit in it, I'm a firm believer in anything that goes between you and the floor, anything that goes between you and the ground is worth investing in. And so... Okay. So you can still buy ammo off the fleet like M855A1, 7 and 40. But now these boxes should all be the right weight. I wonder if anyone that I posted it up before the patch, if it got changed. 50 pack, yeah. One round is 0.0012. Okay. All right. You can list M80, but not M62. Really? Probably. I could see that. Realistically, they should have you be able to list M62 as well, just because, like, it's worse than M80. Let's see what our clothes look like. All right, you can't get it here, can you? Ah, they need a better way to go through these clothes. We're... You say I have to restart? Okay. Does the game feel better with the performance update, or just became more? I'm gonna test it. I haven't gotten into raid just yet. We were covering the patch notes and everything. Well, I'll be testing it. Those headphones are like a sandwich maker. Yeah, I ordered some in-ears. They are they're not in yet, but they will be. Did you get the I do not remember. Ultimate Ear Pros, I think they're called. Ultimate Ear something. I think we have a command for it. It's the ones my girlfriend uses. 64 audio? No. Those are too pricey, dude. Ultimate Ears 7 Pro. Yeah. Yeah, the 64 audio... they had offered a sponsorship, and I felt like when I went and looked at their products, dude, it's just so overpriced. Yeah, it's so pricey. It's like if I wouldn't spend my money on that, it's like, I don't know. It seems so pricey. Just FYI, it looks like the kill results from raid are a raid behind. Didn't show any of my kills except when I got last raid on a different map. Really? Holy shit. Those are pretty pricey as well. Oh, 100%. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah, those are the Ultimate Ears Pros. They're on the pricey end too. Yep. I'm not sponsored by them though. Yeah, I'm not sponsored by them. They fixed MP7 yet? I think so, yeah. You have pet insurance? No. Do I recommend it? It depends on how expensive your animal is. Or how likely... Ooh. Why does my guy have a vagine? What, in the wizard eye? Or wizard sleeve, rather? Almost done. Okay. That's intentionally there, and that's not... Okay. I thought that was stained. I thought that was stained. I was like, damn. When you visit Jaeger, when you don't want to do one of his quests, but he still requests something. I don't like the pants. The pants are ugly. They're not bad. There's worse pants. But the top's sick. I think the Urban Responder. Yeah. Now that's fire. That's fire. Where'd you get the flannel? EOD, Edge of Darkness edition. You have to be one of the original owners of Edge of Darkness. You get the fake tracksuit? No, I kind of want to though. Also, fake tracksuit next? What the hell, bud? What the hell? You mean real tracksuit? Damage blocking pants. Oh shit, you're right. That's my bad. That's my bad. Hang on. Here were the veteran pants. Oh, hang on. Forgot to turn on the filter so you guys could see a little bit better. That's just on your end. That didn't make a difference on what I see, but it does make it a little easier for you to see. Oops. Okay. Make it a little easier to see. Yeah, that was the one where I was talking about with the stain on the knees. A lot lizard that lives in the jungle. The urban responder though is fire. That's fire. That's fire. That's fire. That's fire. I'm so glad they went ham with this skin. I fuck with that. Oops. Digital, appreciate you, bro, with the 14 months. Make it back to this. The thing you make jiggy coming in with the 5 months as well. I had EOD but upgraded unheard. How does one get the outfit? You gotta start your game and then restart your game. Start your game and then restart your game, and then the only way to get it is you have to go to your overall tab. You can't go to the trader. And so it's not the red one though, fair warning. I'll actually pull it up so you guys can see. One second. Trying to think of who had. There we go. Oops. This is from Very Bad Scab. Yeah, the green one. That's the green one's not as bad. I still don't like the pants. I thought that was good. It's just green instead of red. It's not. I like the red one a little more. Red and black I think is cooler than green on green. But that's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad. Could be worse. Compared to the red clothing. All right, red versus green. No. That's not bad. I'm glad the red one's on USEC. Now the people that are like, it's I didn't see the KD. That probably was PvE if it was 50 KD. But he was level 20, and so that's not like a low level, but usually you can maintain a higher KD at a lower level because there's less raids. And so, you know, your first 100 raids or so, you can bang out a really high KD, but it's going to average out after 1,000 raids, right? It's going to continuously go down because it's much harder to maintain that average. especially once you're not doing the those early quests where you're going in and just killing some scavs and then getting out. And it's like now you're having to go in with the P.A.K.A. and pick up 5 PMC kills, or you're having to go in with the Untar and kill 10 scavs all across 12 different maps, right? Or not 12 maps, but yeah. Like those ones are a lot harder to survive through and maintain a good KD. So, but if you, 50 KD, I'd say either is, if you maintain a 50 KD and you have hundreds of raids, you're either a cheater or you're playing PvE. Yeah, I appreciate you, XT. Thanks, bro. Thank you for the kind words. All right, last bite, and then we'll hop in raid. Nah, just one stream, Astral. Yeah, just one stream today. So, that was another thing I wanted to cover, was the stream schedule. It's been kind of wonky with the yeah, let me just pull this up. It's been a little wonky since the subathon, because I had started like when I was doing the subathon, I'd start at 9 a.m. and go to 9 p.m. and we'd do 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, right? And afterwards, I was wanting to cut back on some of the hours, obviously, because 12 hours a day, 7 days a week is just not maintainable whatsoever in any world. So, wanted to do, you know, more of your normal 40-ish hours a week, right? And the past 6 years, I've not done 40 hours a week. I was probably doing like 60 hours a week live stream and then working on the behind-the-scenes stuff. And so, like, it was a ridiculous amount of work. Which left very little time to IRL activities, loved ones, and just the behind the scenes stuff. And so to make sure that I give you guys like the best quality of content, and then I also have a good work balance life, or work-life balance, I wanted to come up with a schedule that was more in tune with that. And so we're going to be shop working it a little bit. But this is the plan moving forward. We're going to test it out. I'll put a poll up in the Discord, and we'll I'll get feedback from you guys, see what you think of it as well. Monday and Tuesday, I'm going to be taking off. Monday is my normal day off. Working 6 days a week, it wasn't given enough time to be able to do all the behind the scenes stuff that I need as well. So Monday is going to be a rest and recoup day. Tuesday is going to be the day that I get to plan for the rest of the week and get all the behind the scenes stuff done. And then the rest of the week, I'll be starting at 12 p.m. noon my time. That gives me time in the morning to do any of the business calls that I need to do. And because if I started too early, it makes it to where, like, if I want to hit that PM crowd, I'm going to have to do a super late stream or a split stream. It wasn't as ideal because a lot of the content I do for Tarkov especially is not able to be fit into a 4-hour block. It you know, some of these challenges, like if on a good challenge, it's like 7 or 8 hours, and if I hit that 4-hour mark and I'm still doing the challenge, like it's I want to not feel like I need to rush it in any way. And so we might mix in some split streams, but really I'm wanting to just do one stream block. 12 p.m. makes it where I could still hit the PM crowd, or EU crowd, right? 12 p.m. would be 6 p.m. EU. And so the people will be off work and they'll be able to hit the stream, and then the work lurkers and crowd, the NA crowd, will still be able to hit the latter half of the stream if they're busy at work, or, be available for them to hang out and watch at the start of the stream too. And so I think this hits most of the core audience, at least a little bit, and would allow me to be able to do what I need to do behind the scenes. That's that. And then also spend time with loved ones, right? Because if I think anyone here would agree with that if you don't have a healthy work-life balance, it really impacts both avenues more than any person would like. And so, yeah, gotta have that rest and recoup and time with loved ones to be able to give the best content. So yeah, I think this is gonna be the schedule we're gonna be going with for at least the small foreseeable future, and we'll be testing it. And I know since I've been back from the subathon and that the 2 weeks off on the subathon, it was a question mark and a bipolar stream schedule. But yeah, this is gonna be the new one. 12 p.m. CST. We'll be starting each day, so boom, when I'll be on. 12 p.m. CST. As far as the content during this stuff, that will change up. It won't be 8 hours of Tarkov, 8 hours of Tarkov, 8 hours of Tarkov, 8 hours of Tarkov, 8 hours of Tarkov. One, there's just not enough Tarkov content right now. When something badass comes out and it's new, like with the July wipe, and they're going to be doing the seasonal characters and stuff like that, we'll be full sending it, right? But right now during the downtime, I think this is the best time to go hit up some variety. And so I don't burn out on Tarkov, because I'm sure you guys have noticed towards the end of the subathon, I was hitting that burnout point strong. And the biggest thing that I noticed with it was all the small annoyances with Tarkov became big annoyances. They were no longer small annoyances. It was so the small things would tilt me way more than they ever should, or way more than they ever did. And so yeah, I think taking a small, not break from Tarkov, but cutting back some of the Tarkov content and mixing in some other variety, which will be Gray Zone Warfare coming up, will be Marathon, will be Beautiful Light, will be any main game that would come up that is fun, that looks like it'd be fun. We'll be running it. So still we'll have Tarkov on the chopping block, but we'll also include another variety and stuff like that. So, but that schedule will be posted in the Discord week to week to week. So I'm going to try and have it to where on Tuesday I'll post up the schedule for the week, and that way Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, this is the plan. This is the content that will be going forward. And with that being said, this upcoming Saturday, we still have some subathon goals. And what I want to do is each Saturday, we're going to hit those goals that we have to do. The 4 things that we had from the subathon that were left over were the IRL cooking stream, the IRL camping stream, the tattoo, the Tarkov tattoo, and the 2 players, 1 mouse. This Saturday, we're going to be doing the 2 players, 1 mouse. Dunk and I will be doing a couple games, and it'll be one of us will be on the keyboard, one of us will be on mouse, and then we'll swap. And so the other person will play mouse, the other person will play keyboard, and we'll try and get some survivals in raid. But that'll be this Saturday. We'll be starting up around 3 p.m. that day. So it'll be like, I'll do a couple hours of warm up, and then we'll hit up like at 3 p.m. And then the next Saturday, we're going to do the cooking stream. And then the Saturday after that, I'm going to try and do the tattoo stream. And then the Saturday after that, I want to do the camping stream. I've got something very, very, very fun planned for the camping stream. It's, we'll see. But I could do that with the tattoo. So the tattoo and the camping stream might end up being on the same Saturday. because I want to go out to Florida and visit my brother. And there's a ridiculous amount of tattoo artists in Florida. And he lives right outside Tampa, or in Tampa. And so I feel like I could end up getting it done there. And since I'd be doing the IRL streaming anyways, it would be, it'd be easy to do there. The other thought process with that is that this guy, the Tarkov tattoo that I do have, was done by Kong. He is one of the homies. He's hung out here a ton and longtime supporter, and he designed and tattooed this one. And so I was thinking of flying him out to here, and we're just going to do the Tarkov tattoo on stream. But the Tarkov tattoo for the subathon is going to be matching ... and then in the parentheses is going to be the uptime of the subathon, which was like 2,226 hours and 19 minutes or something like that. But it's simple line work, and so flying him out and everything, and that's going to take away from his time. Just to do that didn't make a whole lot of sense. But I could combo that with having this Killa tattoo colored in and then do some other work on my arm. And so I could do, that's what I'm floating with the idea. I still need to get a hold of Kong and see if that's even an option. Because I wouldn't want to do it with any other tattoo artist. Like Kong would be the one I'd want to fly out. And if he's not available, then I would end up doing it. I would go to a tattoo parlor. And if I'm going to do that, then I would try and combo it with the IRL stream in Florida. But my brother does a lot of fun shit in Florida. He sends me texts and videos all the time. And he'll go hunt alligators or bow fish, or like him and his buddies have a boat that they'll take out at night, and it's got floodlights underneath, and so you see the water underneath and these big ass fish swimming around, and then you're just bow hunting. It's just cool as fuck. But that would be fun, right? Like that type of IRL stream is what I want to shoot for. Going and sitting around a campfire would be cool too, because we could sit there and chat, but we could do that. But my brother, yeah, he does just a crazy amount of fun outdoor excursion stuff. The dude is an outdoor enthusiast. When we were growing up, I liked fishing and all that, and not so much hunting, but I liked fishing and was very into it. But I played video games, dude. I was sitting there nerding out on Call of Duty. This motherfucker was watching YouTube videos over fishing and how to fish and the perfect lure setup for the perfect environment. And like, he was studying. Like he could survive in the wilderness on his own, right? Like, the dude's smart with it. And so, yeah, it'd be cool to go out and hang out with him in Florida. And I think that's what we're going to shoot for the camping stream. It won't be your standard camping. It'll be more geared towards that type of outdoor content rather than sitting up a tent and sitting around a campfire. It's going to be like, yo, we're going to go catch and cook. We're going to go do some fishing or do some light hunting. And then, which I don't think we can actually, I don't think I can do any killing or anything like that on stream. So no hunting on that end. But yeah, the go catch an alligator and cook some up wouldn't be the worst. But yeah, that is kind of the plan moving forward for the very near future. Just a bunch of variety and new set stream schedule, with Tarkov included, but the rest of the subathon goals will be done each Saturday is what we're trying to hit. So yeah, all right. Now with all that being said, let's hop into some Tarkov. With who again? It'd be my little brother. With my brother. And potentially Dunk. I might try and convince her to go with us. But last time I talked to her about it, she it basically was along the lines of, I haven't seen my brother in a while, and it'd be nice to have some brotherly bonding time. And so I don't know if that was truthful or her trying to politely say that sounds like some serious dude shit that I don't want to have to do. But either way, I'm going to try and convince her to come along with. So I'm looking forward to it. Should be fun. Will be fun. All right, now what weapon do we want to test? Dude, I wish they didn't fix the MP7 that fast. It's good that they did, but there was a bug with the MP7. I'll show you what it looked like. Dude, there was a really funny one. I don't remember who posted it. I know Axel posted one. I'll pull his up. That's what. Oh, wait. Wrong screen. That's what it is. As soon as you picked it up and swapped to it. And it would like, you would be spinning it around and it would randomly like shoot and hit the, well, not randomly shoot, you'd be pulling the trigger, but it would, you had no clue where the bullet was going to go. So I was going to go into, raid with you guys, an offline raid with 20 of us. And we were all going to have MP7s and sit close to each other and spin them around and just keep pulling the trigger. And last one standing was going to win. But MP7 still bugged. I ran a customer raid 30 minutes ago. I think they patched it like 10 minutes ago. Or am I wrong? Mayhem, appreciate you, bro. Thank you. And Digital, thank you for the 14 months. And Geek with the 54 months. God dang, guys, thank you. Thank you. Okay. My apologies on it taking so long to get going, but there was a lot to cover. All right, let me throw an NF mount on this. They might have fixed it. Can anyone confirm whether or not they fixed the edit weapon preset and it buying what you're wanting it to buy? Because for the longest time, it's been broken, and we can test actually. Oh, no, they didn't. Damn. Well, maybe next time. They did that with this with the kit preset. Oh, that looks sick. What? Walking target? I mean, when are you not a walking target? Shit, in Tarkov, I don't care what you're wearing, buddy. Any target that moves is a target. Anything that moves is a target. Unless you have a teammate, and then maybe not, right? I suppose if you have a teammate, that would maybe not work. Ooh. What AK? Nah, I had one, I thought. Maybe I got rid of it. Is it this one? That's gray. Well, I thought you could buy just the straight black mag. You can. Is it in this? Which AK is it? It's the red one that you could buy the all black mag. Not the Jin, but the... Maybe it's just the 74? Oh no, it's an AKMN. That's it. Yeah. You guys want to see this? So this build they gave us as a Christmas gift. Not the same suppressor, but different suppressor. But they gave us as a Christmas gift a few years back. 5 or 6 years back. I did a... Pestily rated me and I did a 24-hour stream. Impromptu's 24-hour stream. I didn't die one time. Didn't die once. What weapon was I running? This exact AK. And funny enough, a black slick. This might be the best I have ever looked in Tarkov. Oh. I need to change the armband to unheard. Here's the AK. Cool. Cool. E the cap. What do you guys think? The red hat goes pretty hard, but so does the Santa hat, and so does the beret. Black hat's better. Oh, okay. Hang on. What's the boss's hat name? I don't know if there's any of the hats available for sale. Is it leather? Watch, be Peaky Blinder. Boy, what'd you say about my teeth, mate? Or the douchebag beanie. I mean, in the nicest way possible. I don't think I've ever met someone that wore a beanie like this that I was like, yeah, this guy's trustworthy. I need to do this. That's sick looking. I don't know. The beret, though, dude, is kind of... That looks sick. Oh, black headset. Yo, I need to get a IRL headset for the gun range. What do I need to get? I've seen such mixed opinions and reviews. Ask landmark. Oh, I do, dude, but I don't want to hit landmark up every single fucking time I have a gun question. I feel bad. That's what you guys are for. Landmark's the reason I have the pistol I have. I texted him and I was like, yo, I'm... I texted him, I was like, yo, I'm at the store right now. What pistol do you recommend? And yeah, I walked out of the store with the pistol he recommended. So... X isn't too invasive. I know, but yeah, true. What pistol was it? A SIG P365 X macro. It's his everyday carry too. That's why I went with it. I wanted something that was EDC capable and you know, wasn't too much. It's a great hit pistol. It's 17 round mag and it's not too large. Yeah, very, very manageable. Get walkers. Okay. I mean, plastic hit, dude, I feel like you've already shown so much support, bro. If you have an extra pair of headphones that you're like, nah, I'll send you these to get started with, and I would be open to it 100%. But do not feel any sort of pressure at all, dude. I do not mind ordering them and then paying for them, you know what I mean? Or shit, buying them off you, even. That maybe would work better even. Turtle Beach Trust. 13-year-old Sheef would be like, fuck yeah, bro. I was sponsored by Turtle Beach back in the day. They sent us free headwear and paid for all of our entries into any game battles tournament we wanted. They'd pay for the tokens or whatever that it cost. Turtle Beach and Monster. Fun stuff. Let's do it. Get Walker Razors call it a day. Okay. Where can I find the red flannel for being an EOD? Mine doesn't seem to be showing up anywhere. It's in overall tab, and you have to restart your game. If you've only logged in once, even after the patch, you got to restart your game after that. You patch the game, load it up. The game's going to be like, oh, you're EOD. You get this. And then you restart the game, and then you'll have it. If you aren't at the range all the time, walkers are the best bang for the buck. Still a bit loud indoors, though. It's an outdoor range. And it's close enough that I could see myself going often. Yeah. So I want, and I plan on getting a couple different rifles and shotguns and whatnot. So I definitely want to have, I want to protect my hearing. I want to protect my hearing 100%. Buy M80. Already did, C2. Good looking out though. I need to be on top of that, dude. I am running low on my ammos. M80 and CBJ, I need to be buying every reset. Every reset. All right, let's see. What do we need here? Aspect key. I don't remember what else I had here. MVD container. Looks like it is Terror Group Armory. Some cash money. And we need our injector's case. Mule, Propital, SJ12. Documents case. I guess might as well grab an empty injector's case. Why not? Here, before we hop in this, let me move this over and then save this preset. Dude. You're calling the dog tags case. Boom, boom. Now we just need our golden star. And meds. Cool. All right, well, if we're going to test some optimization, I think we hit up streets first. Yeah, I can't get over how good my character looks right now. I think this is the best I've ever looked in Tarkov. That's a pretty good one. Jehovah Thickness. Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior Nikita? You notice a change in FPS? I don't know. I have not ran a raid yet. This is the first raid. We've been covering the patch notes and talking about the new schedule for the stream, and then the in-game clothing and stuff like that. And I guess mainly the patch notes. Ice currently Mr. Blister. Highly considering changing to citrus. God damn it, dude. Arzoto, thank you so much for the 31 months, dude. Much love. And Flexion with the 20 months. FF 1000 kilograms with the 4 months. Raider with the 2 months. Storm Clouds with the 13 months. Been spamming streets marked keys. Oh shit, dude! I have a marked room key. Yeah, we'll hit those too. Infinite coming in with the 19 months. Getting close to 2 years. Hope your vacation was good. Much deserved. Appreciate you, bro. It wasn't so much of a vacation. I was a staycation at most. I didn't go anywhere. I knocked out a bunch of IRL stuff and behind the scenes to-do list. It was 4 months behind. So I still have a bunch of stuff on that to-do list, but it was nice. A lot of stress removed because having the large to-do list and not having the time or knocking any of it off was not having the time to or doing any of it was stressful. Right, 140 FPS so far. I do not have frame generation on, by the way. I'm not using the whatever it is, the NVIDIA setting. Smooth motion, that's it. Yeah. I don't have smooth motion turned on. These are all real frames. I'm a real boy. Okay. They updated or upgraded the loot, buff the loot in keyed rooms. That's what we're seeing right here. This doesn't feel any more buff than previous. This was one of the better rooms. Like they really didn't need to buff security. It was a great room. I got a little mutant on the ground. But since it was the first keyed room that we were buying, might as well test it. How have you? This is on 4K as well. That's a good point, Plastic. This is on 4K. AFG 4 grip. Got a crazy buff. Okay, I'll give it a peek. I'll give it a peek. You're telling me it's crazier than this beautiful red one? What's it look like? I'm just kidding. I know what it looks like, but... Yeah, that's actually crazy that I'm getting... Woo! Alright, I'm glad they added the BTR figurine to be able to be looted. That's cool. That's cool. It does take away from the coolness factor from those that had it already. But that's cool. And this guy too. Lightkeeper. Yeah, it was all awesome until the Fire Nation attacked. Another BTR. Yeah, this was a 1 mil figurine or like 2 mil. I bought a bunch of cat figurines at 2 mil a pop. A bunch. Pretty much any time I had several million, I bought the cat figurine just because I was like, you can't get them in the game anymore. And, you know, a year from now, there's going to be none on the flea market because I'll own them all. Well, joke's on me. They're in the game now. Which I honestly don't mind that aspect. It doesn't make any difference that I'd bought them before. Oops, I'm gonna check this room. Wordbird. So far, it's feeling good. Playing on 4K and maintaining over 100 FPS is solid. And this update wasn't, I don't think, fully geared towards the high-end PCs. To my knowledge, it's more towards mid to low-tier PCs. And so if I'm seeing an increase, then yeah, everyone should be. Still major dip aimed on sight down to 74. Yeah, so like we got 145 down to 99. So we you're losing about 40 FPS on that. 40 to 50. That's more than what it was before. I think before you were losing 20 to 30 with DLSS. Nah, I don't even think I have DLSS turned on. be honest, I don't know if I want DLSS turned on. I don't think a bond's up, which would impact the performance big time too. Oh, maybe he is up. Maybe he is up. Okay, I got you, Zip. Ugh. Light work. I missed a shot there. That one. I don't know if it missed. Smacked the hell out of that bar. Like, I don't want to say that it's that I didn't miss a shot and that it's strictly because of how cool my character looks. But I'm also not saying that I didn't miss a shot strictly because of how cool my character looks. Right? Like, you find anything good in there, Kaban? Anything good in the weapons case? Sniffing the hell out of it. Someone will be happy with that PKP. The BP ammo. It's not bad. I just have a lot. I've got a lot of it. Oh, actually, I keep that. Enorma, appreciate you. The 23 months. Thank you. How was your stream break? Do anything fun? Adopt any more cats? Nope. We have fostered a couple kitties since then. There was a mama kitty that had a litter of kittens, and we're fostering them right now. Ooh. You want to see them? Want to see one of them? I'll show after this round. I probably shouldn't do it right now because we're in raid. I'm gonna ditch those and we'll run this again. Or not this, but grab these items. Boom. Boom. How sick, please? Is the new tracksuit with John B's? I haven't gotten the new tracksuit. I got these guys. I got the EOD flannel. The game feels good though. It feels smooth. Definitely have noticed a little bit of an increase in performance. And then if we have both bosses up, like we go over and Calante's up as well, that's really solid. The Streets is it has the worst FPS when both bosses are up. So it's the least optimized map. Have you got them EOD close? No. I might get the USEC tracksuit, the black one. We'll see. I'm gonna wait on that because I don't want to. That's $13, which isn't like, it's not the craziest amount, right? But that's still $13. My concern is that I don't want to buy a skin for Tarkov without knowing what the future of Tarkov is. And right now, the future of Tarkov is one big ass question mark. With them doing seasonal characters in July and us not knowing what that exactly means, I don't want to buy a skin and then primarily rock this red one and only rock that tracksuit for a couple of different drip kits, and then July hits and this account is no longer really going to be played all that much. I don't actually want to hit that, so I'll hit this mushroom. I don't think that'll be the case, but yeah, without knowing, why would that be the case? Well, I guess the biggest thought process with it is... the door's open, so someone hit marked him. Yeah. The biggest thought process with it is that it's a seasonal account and is going to split the player base up even more. And a lot of people's worry is that there's not enough players as is. And so to split that player base up even more is not going to be healthy for the game. And these main accounts that won't be wiped will basically be like playing PvE with the random encounter of other people that aren't doing the seasonal accounts. Now, if these seasonal accounts are, it's a special in-game event and it's like it's like 3 weeks long or a month long or something like that, and then everyone's back to the main account, that's going to be a little different. But we have no clue what it's going to be. And I think my biggest concern with it is, let's say BSG entirely drops the ball. They do see a seasonal account that's just not great, not the mediocre at best. And then they split the player base up even more. And so now a limited player base that's split 3 ways with PvE, but you know, the PvP player base is split again. It would make both experiences basically PvE. And if that's the case, I don't really want to spend money on that. I won't spend money on that, yeah. No. That's just, I'm frugal with my money. I see, the way my bank account works is the money goes in and I try not to let it leave. Outside of investments and retirement. I'm a very frugal person, and I like to aggressively invest into my retirement. And so I live well within my means and save money and reinvest it into my retirement. Now I'm all for buying cosmetics if it's a game that I know I will be using those cosmetics in and will continue to be using those cosmetics in. But if I already have cosmetics that I like, aka this red one, I look sick as fuck right now, dude. This outfit I have on is sick. It's like I don't really want to just piss away $13 to not really use the skin much and potentially never be using the skin if if they end up dropping the ball majorly, right? Like worst case scenario, it's just, I'd rather just continue playing for however much I spent on the game as is, not have to spend any more money. That's what I would do personally. No problem. Ain't got nothing against buying in-game skins. I am all for cosmetics and stuff. And if they didn't have this, oh my goodness, if they didn't have the EOD jacket as an option, I probably would have gotten it. Maybe. Because I do think that the USEC tracksuit is pretty fucking cool looking. That is pretty cool looking. All right, we got sewer over damaged house. We'll go there. Actually, I'm hit armor real quick. But again, it mainly comes down to one, don't know what the next 3+ months of Tarkov is a big question mark. And then outside of that, it's mainly because I have a skin that I like more. Like if I had that tracksuit and then I had this skin, I'm rocking this one. But I'm all for buying cosmetics and stuff. I like my League of Legends account. Like I don't play League of Legends anymore, but it's got plenty of cosmetics that I bought back in the day. I don't regret those purchases by any means. You know, if it's your hobby and you're playing a game and you want your character to look pretty cool, it's like, I get that. I totally get that. He hit this room too. What a jerk. This is probably the same guy that hit Mark's room. Okay, let's get the hell out of here. No, J-Bone, no. You were too kind, dude. If that's the first thought that came to me, you were too kind, dude. Thank you. Dude, the support is insane. But I couldn't accept that.
Lol freakster. My girlfriend thought I'd be a pushover in bed, and wouldn't you know it, she had me pegged from the start.
Bruh. I want the tracksuit, but ... I'm a bear. Yeah, the USEC got some love today, dude. Very bright. Yeah, the bear clothing was underwhelming. The USEC clothing was fire today. Is the flannel USEC? Yeah, well, they have another flannel for bear, but it's green. And the puffer jacket with it is green as well. So it's green on green. And this one's black on red. Well, it's red and black on with a black puffer jacket. Oh shit, will someone else answer Terrell done? I guess I would wait till the ad's done. Relax. Too late. I could have hit relax room. That would have been a good idea. All right, so streets. I mean, the optimization was better. I didn't get to hit the marked room, but I mean, that wasn't bad. Like as far as my FPS, I saw a couple times when it dipped below 100, but I had it was only when I ADS'd. Is when I was aimed down sight. the FPS loss from that caused me to go below 100. But it looked like I was averaging probably like 120 to 130, 140 on 4K. I'm playing on 4K, and I am not using frame generation. Or what is it? Not frame generation, but smooth motion. I'm not using any of that smooth motion stuff. It's not fake frames. It's like that's 4K actual frames, 130-ish. That's not bad. On streets, that's not bad. Definitely an increase from what it was. It felt smooth. Notice the loss of 40-ish FPS when I aimed down sight. There was always loss of FPS when you aimed on sight because the game renders it'll render the 1x and the 2x or whatever, 1x and 6x at the same time. And so it's twice as much stress on your PC. But yeah, outside of that was smooth. That was smooth. Oh, good. Let's test another map. There's a new cat figurine. Is it new? Or is it this one? Oh, shit. Okay, so any of the AFG grips. Okay. Nice. So a little bit better recoil reduction on this, but less ergo as well. Okay. Yeah, ornate. So that's not a new cat figurine. They're not new figure. Well, I guess they're new to the loot pool, but these guys came from the drops earlier this year with 1.0 launch. So if you, they were like the final or one of the big drops each day, and it would be like the cat figurine or the BTR. That's a really cool one. Or the boss ones. There's Lightkeeper and I'm in my hideout. But they added them to the loot pool. And so that was cool. Not trolling, but Streets wasn't changed this patch from the notes. As part of the optimization efforts, and updated player calling system has been implemented on customs, interchange, and reserve. That's one part of it. That's one part of it. Scroll to the very top of the patch notes. Freakster, appreciate you, bro. The 30 months. My man. Thank you. I think it was the very first thing that was mentioned in the patch notes was the one that would also affect streets. I don't know if it was implemented on all the maps, but it was supposed to affect just the CPU part of it. It was like a CPU optimization. But the calling thing, that should help on customs, interchange, and reserve. We'll go test customs right now. We'll go test customs. I think, to my knowledge, that was an effect on all the maps, not just the other ones. Flame mask? It doesn't look as cool. I'll show it, but it's I can't remember even what it's called. Neoprene. Oh. Oh, okay. Well. I can't remember the name of it. Is it the neoprene? I thought that's what it was. When I tried that mask last time with this kit, it ended up like the flame with the red on the flame and everything was clashing with the rest of the colors and was too much red on red on red. There wasn't enough like black with the red mixed in. And so, and it didn't look as good with the eyewear. You can do it with the welding goggles, but as far as like mask with eyewear, I think the smoke mask is really, really good for that. I would try it. I don't even remember how to get the flame mask. I thought it was called neoprene. There just might not be any on the flea. Just gonna sell that. All right, that's good. No, Ohio, he does not. He's got red and black on, so the color palette's the same, but my guy looks badass, dude. Hey, this is the coolest I've looked in Tarkov. Actually, though, I think this is the coolest I've looked in Tarkov. He's so handsome. Okay, let's go. Documents cache. I'm pretty sure I have a documents case that has like my Markdown keys in it. Yeah. Oh shit, do I not have a 314? I don't. I don't know if I want it that bad. You have one? Well, I've got this one. Did I have a 314? No. Fuck it, we ball. Budget, we ball.
Woo bangs.
Woo bangs, appreciate you. This is the 25 months, my man. Thank you, brother. Thank you. 0 issues in game. Held max not. Fresh FPS, even ADS, still house version. Damn, okay. Oh, no, the menus feel good so far. I like. They don't feel any better than previously, though. They feel the same. They feel the same. Is there a new event? Red face mask. There's none for sale. There's none for sale. Does Ref have it? No. When I searched neoprene, it didn't pull it up at all. I don't think so. Did they fix the P90? I don't know. Is it broken? What up, Crunchy? What's cooking? Good looking? Wonder if Rogue based on the house has better loot now after the update. Those common rooms. The keyed rooms are supposed to have gotten a buff. I don't know if they did that with everyone. But does Fence have them? Oh, Fence might. Fence might. How should one transition into solo after playing with at least a duo for some time now? I mean, like, what, like, if you're asking, like, what play style would be different, or... I mean, I'd just say, if you've played with a duo for a while, you're going to be a little more reliant on that third-party information that you won't have now, right? Like, anything your duo see, like, all that extra information is cut in half. But it also means that you can just free fire at anyone you see. Like, any sound you hear is going to be enemy. Any thing you see is going to be enemy. And so you don't have to hesitate on pulling the trigger at all. And then you're going to be able to hear shit more because you're not talking. And so you can get really immersed. But for some people, that brings a lot of extra anxiety. Because, like, if you're sitting there chatting with, your homie about his day or his, your work or IRL shit, the basketball team, whatever, right? You're not going to be as immersed. But if you're playing solo and you're not chatting with anyone, and you're not hearing anyone chat to you, you're going to be you're fully immersed, and that's where a lot of the extra anxiety would come in for someone. It's not so much like gear fear, but it's like that always the threat of getting shot, right? If at any second you're going to get jump scared, gives some people anxiety. That also just playtime is a big one. Learning routes and swapping up the wind condition, I think, are going to be like one of the biggest things. Learning routes will help with before there was a lot of FPS drop just looking towards the center of the map. There's still some, but it's not as bad. Looks like it's running well, though. But yeah, the learning routes is big for solos just because you need to... You don't need to, but it helps. Prepare you for engagements and where you're going to likely run into opponents. And, like, there's a PMC spawn off to my left here, and my right's covered in front of me. I'm not worried about someone seeing me because of that. So, like, I know my main threat is to the left, and I know that when that person spawns in, they're on the backside, and most of the time they're not going to go straight through and look through the front there. They're going to be pushing up to the top of that guy and going, oh yeah. So, like, that's my main threat right there as I pass by. And then as I'm here, like, I'm looking up here. And so, like, having a route from your spawn point to the main POI and running that consistently helps because you'll learn where the engagements happen along the way. How do you learn that? A lot of times it's via death. You learn more from your mistakes than you will from your successes, when you're solo, it's a great time to do that because you're not distracted by a duo, and you don't have to rely. You don't have a duo to rely on, so the mistakes are a little more costly, and the information is a little less. But you don't have to worry about hesitating on the trigger pull or anything you hear is enemies. Like, there's benefits and there's negatives. I'm assuming with your question, you're more asking, how do I deal with, like, the anxiety of solo over how do I play as a solo? If you're playing as a solo, just play at your own pace. Slow and steady is going to be better than just sprinting around nonstop. Whenever you sprint around nonstop, that you'll start to do that as you learn the routes, the audio cues, and the spawn points and where everyone's supposed to be at what time and shit. And until you're familiar with that, just rule of thumb, if you're more likely to be seen, run. If you're more likely to be heard, walk. But playing at your own pace. Don't feel like you have to sprint around nonstop to be able to find success. Don't feel like you can't move around. There's so many people that are like, oh, you move, you die, and stuff like that. And it's just like, well, yeah, if you move like a dumbass. I predicted that one, buddy. Gotcha. Like that right there, dude. That's he deserves to be back in the lobby. He deserves to be back in the lobby. Like, how many times are you going to peek out and bait a shot? It's like, I don't understand the thought process with that. It's like, that's moving like a dumbass. It is what it is. No, like, I don't mean that in an offensive way. But peeking the same corner 6 times, 7 times in a row, like, he's lucky I missed my first 3. Like, when he sprinted across, I could have had him there. When he sprinted back across, I should have had him there. I'm rusty as fuck. But, like, that right there is, like, moving without purpose. Yo, what up, M? What up, what up?
Pigeons87. Yo, Sheef. Thoughts on the patch so far? And are there any
It's been good.
games you're looking forward to this year?
Beautiful Light. Beautiful Light's a big one that I'm looking forward to. And then the Gray Zone Warfare patch. I'm excited to try. I won't be trying that till the 31st though. Yeah, the patch feels good, dude. Feels really good. It's so true. I feel like that only happens with Tarkov in another game. The paranoia. Oh yeah, oh, we got movement there. The anxiety that comes with it. Yeah, I think Tarkov is the most immersive game I've played, and so that's where a lot of that would come in. For me, at least, is I don't get anxiety from playing, but I'm also sitting here talking to chat 24/7. Right, but Tarkov is one of the only FPS game that has me actively trying to dodge bullets IRL. Like it is the only game that I'm actively trying to dodge bullets. Yeah, I'm sure some people are like, well, how could that guy have played it better, right? And how would he move with purpose in that sense? All BT, okay. So his goal there is when you sprint across, you're trying to gain information, right? And so full sprint across, gain information. You know there's a person back there because I shot him. He sprints across. He should have had vision on where I was at that point. You need to then line up, and you're going to take one peek to get extra information, and that's where you line your shot up, and the next peek is pre-fire. That's it, right? You get one sprint across to see that there's a person there, another sprint across to identify where he's at, one quick peek to line up a reticle shot, second peek, you better pull the trigger and hit the shot. Don't re-peek after that. You're moving with intention. Your first move across is to gain the information. Second move across is to gain the information. Third peek is to, or first peek is to gain the lineup. Second peek is to get the kill. And so this right here, that is just your asking to get shot. You're asking to get desynced. Like on his end, he was probably fully behind cover, and he went down. Now, there's a person here to the left, I believe, that... Yeah, you heard him aimed on sight there again. Yep. So, I have a left-hand peek. He's got probably a right-hand peek. Going to be relatively difficult to do a quick peek and gain information. I don't have anywhere I can sprint straight across to. Now, what I could do is pull out a nade and throw it that way to get him to unpeek. As soon as that explodes, I'm going to take the peek. I fucked that up. I heard him ADS. It was a little bit, I think there might have even been two. It was a little bit to the left, and I drew my vision to the left by the door, and that's when he peeked. Well played. Well played. That's unfortunate. But right idea, in essence. That right there was sloppy, though. That was on me. Drew my vision over to the left when I heard the ADS, and it was either him ADSing and I got the audio cue a little bit to the left, or there was two and the guy on the left aimed. I'm surprised my nade didn't get him. Well played by him. Well played. You switch shoulders? Yes, 100%. Make it where you have a shoulder swap in your repertoire. Yeah. Have it key bound to where you can quickly press it in the middle of a fight if need be. Yep. The left versus right hand peak. Right hand peak's going to have an advantage. When you shoulder swap it mitigates that advantage and makes it to where a left hand peak can actually combat a right hand peak. When it first released, that wasn't the case, and a left hand peak was still, even with a shoulder swap, was still way worse than a right hand peak. It's been better. I personally highly recommend it. Yeah, you want to make that a part of your repertoire for sure. Add it to your repertoire. Damn, I need to run on that drip kit again, but I don't have the stash space. So let's go ahead and just throw on some extra gear to get rid of some stuff. Good call. Good call. How the hell do you survive customs when you're doing escort? That's how many times trying to get this damn GPU box. Literally prestige 3 with Xavier. What do you mean GPU box? But is escort different now? From Big Red GPU box Tarkov. Oh, my bad. I was completely confused on it. I thought you were saying that you were trying to do escort and get that GPU box at the same time, and I was like, hold up. But now I see what you're saying, that you're wondering how I was able to complete escort, and you're saying that you were struggling to snag the GPU box. Okay, I get it. Customs is, I would say, one of the more difficult maps to survive, mainly because there's just so many different areas that you can be shot from. There's so many different verticality spots that people can sit and post up and wait for you, and as you learn those spots, you'll naturally start to clear them out as you're running through the area. Or if you get shot at and you know the shot came from this general direction and you're here, you're going to immediately start to look for the window that they're going to be in. When you don't know what windows are the common camp spots, it's a lot harder, because you're like, holy shit, there's a bajillion windows on every warehouse. There's really only like 5 or 6 spots people camp. The top of the warehouse that the goons spawn in, it's 3rd floor in the top right corner. Like that, they'll peek that one most of the time. It'll be that same warehouse, but opposite end of the building. And the other way, it's the window that's overlooking New Gas. Those are the 2 windows. And then the other one is by overwatching the Bronze Pocket Watch. The other one's the corner close to Ruaf, but not the corner of Ruaf, but it's that building. It overwatches the ice cream. Also, you can see checkpoint from, or not checkpoint, but construction from there. But there's that warehouse, and then the warehouse directly next door to it, that window as well. And then at the other end of that same warehouse facing Skeleton. So those 3 spots. Oh, and then that one facing the Ruaf hole in the wall. So I guess like 6 or 7 windows that people are likely to camp in. And when you know what windows, I'll point them out this round. When you know what windows they are, you just naturally are looking in those spots ahead of time. I'll do an educational round this round, and I'll walk you through this shit. Yo, this is the AKM I was looking for earlier. I already had the build. I knew I had one built. I just didn't remember that it was an AKM in. All right, let's see. Let's see. Are there any other pistol grips for this that are equivalent? Doesn't look like it's changed too much. Ooh. What's Rocket Loud? Wait. There we go. Beautiful. Oh. Yeah, let me grab a couple of these mags. Boom. Boom. Is it better to buy Tarkov on Steam or off the official website? Steam. Steam, yeah. Because Steam has the return, better return policy. Better buyer protection, customer protection. Which if you're like, nah, I'm fully set. Yeah, I'd still buy it through Steam. There we go. And then you can leave a review too, which is nice. If you buy it off the website, you can't leave a Steam review. Scorpius grip is the same? Okay. Okay. Also, Nacho, thank you for the tier 2, brother. 39 months. God dang. Much love. Much love. Beautiful build. Yeah, I got this off a guy on Labs, and I was like, damn, that actually looks fire. Don't think it's the right or handguard. Actually, this one. But that looks kind of goofy. Like, that looks cooler, doesn't it? That'll do. I don't think I have a T30 bag. Fine. That's fine. Dude, even the just regular, which I guess this isn't like fully off, but like the tan with the black and the red looks fire. I haven't yet, Etheros. I'm doing it now. The locked room though, did the locked room seem good? Yeah. Didn't sure. Oops. Fuck it. It's all good. The locked rooms look good though. Give you a D and get the shirt. Restart your game. If you've only logged in once, restart your game. I don't think the Rust post one tape key spawned for me while I was doing Blue Fire. Someone, a scav, AI scav, sometimes will roam into the area and pick it up. Or maybe you don't need it anymore. I think it's on the back right tire. Or do I hate the new heal priority? What's wrong with it? Will they optimize the game more? I hope so. I think they need to. Yeah, I think quality of life updates, bug fixes, and optimizations. Just hit us with those three for a bit until July when new content, when the seasonal characters hit. They do like in-game events and stuff like that. But as far as like patches and whatnot, I think that should be the primary focus of them. Optimizations and quality of life fixes and bug fixes. On a keybind press, heal priorities, head, chest, then worst health limbs. Unless you have a bleed. It goes head, chest, even if your chest is 1 HP and your head is 34 HP. So you have 84 HP off your thorax, but 1 HP off your head. Is it going to prioritize head? Oh, also, I wanted to test this. Oh, that's not bad at all. That's what the drop gun sound should sound like. That wasn't too bad either. A lot of times when you drop a gun, it will... They might even patch that because that wasn't bad. Like, it still was kind of, kind of loud, but I would expect the gun to make some noise when you drop it. But for a while there, dude, it was like the collision was messing up and it would vibrate when it hit the ground, and every time it vibrated, it would make the gun hit the ground again and again and again, and it would make the noise 10 times worse. It was like metal ratchet thrown into a metal trash bin. So someone described it as, it's like, yeah, that's accurate. They raised the tick rate of servers? I doubt it. No, they didn't. They didn't. Otherwise, they would have probably said that in the patch notes. And I'm pretty sure that costs money. That would cut straight into Nikita's ability to buy another Lamborghini. They will not up the tick rate on the servers. I don't even think they up the tick rate on the servers for Arena. And that's like a...
It's _ooze.
Uh-oh. It's not like he got grenaded out there. I mean, God dang, it scared the piss out of me. Oh, you're still on the wall. Oh, no, I didn't. I missed him. Damn it. Damn it. Ooze, appreciate you. Thanks for the 6 months. I was about to say, I heard him. Damn it. Did you get the handle on the side? It's a specific grip. It's the B25 grip. B-25. Well played, sir. Well played. I think Partisan grenaded some dude on the backside. I wonder if that guy was the one that peeked me. If so, what if he was the one that originally peeked me? I don't think he was. But if so, that is absolutely devious that I have 260 damage absorbed by armor. That dude is rocking a level 2 armor and a level 3 helmet. I was rocking PBBS and 7 and 40. In no world should there be 268 damage absorbed by armor. I don't think it's the same guy that peeked me. I think the one that peeked me had on level 4 armor, level 4 helmet. I think he had the Bastion helmet. So I think it was a different guy. But that'd be devious if it was the same guy. How many tries did Terminal take you? Oh, like 12 or 13. Whenever I first started. I was going in completely blind. And I also did it like a dumbass. Not really, but it was different circumstances. It was early wipe, and they hadn't patched or hadn't nerfed the amount of time that it takes to craft item, and so you could do one craft every 12 hours for the key, or I could at the time. And so I would do it to be able to do it twice in one day. I would do one at the start of the stream in the morning when I first logged on, and then one at the end of the stream once the 12-hour craft finished. And so I would go. I would try it whenever I was too tired and wasn't warmed up, and then I would try it again at the end of the stream when I was fucking exhausted and brain dead. You know, after a 12 plus hour stream. And so what I should have done, and as soon as I did it, I got out on my second attempt. But what I should have done was crafted up a stockpile of them, waited a few days, and had like 3 or 4 or 5 that I could have ran back to back to back to back when I was feeling fresh, mentally awake and warmed up and everything. And so I was too antsy to get on and run terminal, right? Like, I mean, as the big thing with the wipe, I was wanting to run it. But yeah, I should have been a little more patient. Oh, they lowered the cost of these. Nice. Nice. Running respirators with fangs for fit. We could. The running respirators I have with the fangs kind of tore up. but we can. Okay, let's run. Watch your guys is very helpful, but just keep using too much ammo. What gun are you rocking? Are you doing an MDR with the 50 rounders and loud? Let's slap out a little bit, a little bit more meta maybe. I'll do. Was M4? Should I try MDR? Without a doubt. Yes. Yeah. M4, you're not going to one-tap them. Yeah, you're not going to one-tap them with the M4, which is a major problem. Major problem.
Chris Tall.
Not too much of it. Not too much of his thing. Oh shit, you rock M80, bro. That's fine. Oh. They don't have level 6 or level 5 helmets. You can't, you need to aim for the head then, right? If you don't have M61, M993, or M80A1, even if it's M80A1, if it's not M993 or M61, I would aim for the head, and at 43 pin on M80, you'll consistently pin through their helmets because they're rocking level 4 helmets. They don't have on like slap plates and stuff like that. But the biggest thing is that it's over 40 pin and that it has a lot of flesh damage. And then also it's not, well, one, if you rock it suppressed or unsuppressed loud, and you don't even have to do the long barrel. You do a shorter barrel, but that way you're high ergo and you're not going to get barrel stuff. And also, I honestly don't remember if I had mentioned it in the guide, but dude, one of the bigger things is don't fuck yourself up with a big bag and the wrong storage rig and the Death Shadow Mask and the Neo Steel or the Rise T. Like it can save you the Rise T or the Alton, but you're losing 12% ergo and your turn speed's slower than when your body armor is doing the same and your rig is doing the same and your helmet is doing the same and your Death Shadow Mask is doing the same and your backpack's doing the same. It's like before you know it, that gun that had decentish ergo is now in the dump. And when you go to peek around the corner and do a quick jiggle peek, you're doing it slower. Instead of a jiggle peek, you're doing it slower. And so having that's why I liked the Ronin Respirator. It covers you top, nape, eyes, jaw, ears. So if a scab gets lucky and hits you in the head, it's level 4 all the way around and will protect you. But the Black Division guys, they all have tier 1 ammo. They're M993, M995, all that. That's good. That ammo will one tap you, troll. Appreciate you, Elmer. Thank you. It's gonna one tap through the Rise T. Like their ammo will one tap you. And so in my mind, it's more important to have a quick peek and be pretty methodical with that peek rather than rocking like the best armor for protection because you're fucking up your ergo. The Neo Steel or Ronin Respirator, I'm sorry. The Ronin Respirator is pretty cheap, and then you have a 1% movement speed and a 2% and a 1% ergo. Like 1% ergo compared to 11%. Backpacks, like a lot of people are like, oh, I need a big bag to be able to carry all the extra stuff I'm going to need and whatnot. made that mistake, brother. You don't. You get a 7% ergo loss here. Go in and get you a T30. Oops. Black T30 bag. You get a 2% instead. So you gain 5% ergo. And you inside this, you put an LBCR rig and an LBCR rig. You have two LBCs. These guys. And this is where you store your extra supplies. And that's going to add, you're going to be a little on the heavy side with that bag and all the extra shit in it. But whenever you're running around, before you go to engage with any of the Black Division area, you drop that bag. And so then, like, if you want to rock the attack too, it's not that big of a deal because just, you got to play accordingly, which is, oh, you're about to get in a fight, drop the bag. Even a trooper bag's got 5%, right? So it's something to keep in mind. Ran Ronin, Model 1, Proflex, IOTV, and T30. 60 round black. Yeah, see, that'd be solid. The Model 1, M4, any of that, it's not bad. And if you're good about doing burst fire and accurately hitting your shots, it's good. But there's a lot of scenarios where they're sprinting across and you need to meet that bullet to one-tap them. And I'm telling you, like, the first set of Black Divisions, 8 guys, when I was doing that, when I was creating that guide, my very first attempt on it, I fucking smoked every single one tapped them. 8 out of 8 bullets. Bah, 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 bah. It was fucking beautiful, dude. Like, I mean, it was so satisfying, and I didn't have to, as they're running across, I'm not having to tap, and hit twice. I would have to hit 16 shots in a row to do the exact same thing, which, let's be real, like, that's just not going to happen. So yeah, I would say the MDR, even if you're only rocking M80. Okay, let me get my kit back and get back in raid. Oh, and as far as the body armor, what I went with the Thor. Oh, I guess I don't have one. This guy. No ergo debuff. No ergo debuff. No turn speed. It's lightweight. 1.7 kilograms is really light. And then you put level 6 plates in. Level 6 plates, and you have a very light armor. Yep. And then you compare that to, like, the armor that I'm currently wearing, which I also like, but you compare it to the armor I'm currently wearing. This armor's 3 times as heavy, and it's got 3% ergo, and then a 5% movement debuff. So it's not terrible on the debuffs. It's not terrible. But the Thor armor, if you're going from min-maxing in terms of ergo to weight to performance, the Thor armor, I think, is the best for terminal. You don't need to protect your stomach. You don't need to protect your arms or you're pre-pained all the time. And I think I would probably end up running the put straight into M80 in this. We're going to reload it. I'd probably end up running that for the terminal run. Main weighs 16 kilograms, fully plated. Which thing? This guy? Oh, that's another thing. Make sure you rock the right plates too. Like level 6 ceramic. You want to get these guys if you can. The ultra high molecular weight polyethylene, 2.7 kilograms. Because if you rock like some of the other level 6 plates, get very heavy. Titan's at 4 kilograms, and there's another one. I don't know. I have it. Yeah, 5.1 kilograms. Like armored steel, 5. That gets so heavy. So All right, let's run it. Tech seems like a solid, still seems solid for an armored rig. 5 plates and 4.2 kilograms. What about the debuffs? Is it not much debuffs on it with like in terms of ergo? Does suppressed or unsuppressed matter for terminal? No, not really. It did when we were first running it because you're shooting so much and you don't want to have a gun jam on you. But now that we know the map better and you can go about it efficiently, you can rocket suppressed. I mean, I've made it to the gate with quite literally smokes and a melee weapon. I didn't shoot once. Logical solution is saying car extract on custom says a 0% spawn chance. No, it spawns. It just doesn't. It has a 0% chance to show up on your extract up here. And I think that was the case to try to limit people from being able to tell when someone else has put money in the car, is my guess. Because I think the car still spawns and you can still take it. It just doesn't show up in the feed as someone taking it. That way, no one can sit there and without looking and tell someone's taking the car. Am I only customs? My guess is either 1, testing it to see if it fucked up anything else, or 2, was unintentionally changed, or 3, they changed it because they buffed the fuck out of marked rooms and the car extract on customs is directly behind a marked room. And so my guess is they just didn't want people to just camp the car. And when they saw it up, they're like, oh, someone's going to come to, someone's going to be coming to custom or to dorms. They're hitting the marked room and I know the car's up. I'm going to sit here and wait and I'm not even going to look at the car. I'm just going to wait till I see that it's green and then I'm throwing a grenade over there. Right. I doubt they had the forethought for that. I really don't think so. But maybe that's like the thought process with it, I guess. The queue times have been great. Queue times have been phenomenal. What's your go-to for cultists? Customs. One second. Yeah, customs sprint straight through stronghold. If they're up, kill them. If not, reset via flare or old gas. They buff marked rooms. Yeah, today they buff marked rooms. Yep. And keyed rooms in general. New to Tarkov, any general tips such as map order, etc.? Map order, nah. Labs and lighthouse. Labs and lighthouse, I'd say you don't need to learn early. Oh shit! That's a goon! I don't want to get scoped from far. Down. Okay, so beginner tips. Right hand peek, your right shoulder coming out of cover first is going to be the best. Which is why as soon as these guys spotted me, I disengaged, backed it up, held a right hand angle, and let them run into me. You can counter with a left hand shoulder swap, but against the AI, I think it's still worth just doing the right hand peek and letting them run to you. Against the player base, a left hand peek can combat a right hand peek effectively. flashlights, hip fire, or flashlights, infrared device, laser devices all help. Oh, it's a scab. Okay. All help with your hip fire and being able to spray and accurately hit shots. If you do, I don't know if the command's up on YouTube as well, but if you do exclamation point, he is exclamation point hip fire. Yeah, it's BCP. Yeah, okay. Yeah. That showcases the importance of it and how bad your guy is at full autoing it. Full autoing a gun when you don't have the infrared device or laser device or flashlight turned on. Your guy just sprays all around like he's never shot a gun in his life. Like, it's bad. But if you turn on the flashlight device, infrared device, that's why. So at the start of the raid, when you saw me messing with my flashlight and stuff to make sure it was on the right, I have one device on this side that's infrared, one device on this side that's a flashlight. And whenever I want to turn on one, the other turns off. So I'll turn on my flashlight, it turns off my infrared device. I'll turn on my infrared device, it turns off the flashlight. That way I always have one turned on. So my
noob for lunch.
My performance whenever I full auto via hip fire, it won't mess up. And I'm not talking about the accuracy on like first bullet. Like if I'm doing this and I shoot, it doesn't matter if my flashlight's on. If I only pull the trigger once, that bullet's going to go straight. It's once you start full autoing, your guy will just like spray all over the place like that. And then boom, you turn on flashlight. Infrared device, it's not seen by the naked eye. You have to have on night vision goggles to be able to see it. And so it basically doesn't give your position away during the daytime raids. Also another thing, when you're first learning the map and you don't know it all that well, I mentioned it earlier, but basically it's general rule of thumb. If you're more likely to be seen, run. If you're more likely to be heard, walk. Ah, fuck. I hit him once. If I would have waited just a second there, he would have stood still for me. Oh, good. We hit him once, so he's gonna dip back down and heal really quick. We'll push to Martyr. They fixed it. Used to show red glow on walls and stuff. I mean, it still does a tiny bit. But it's not much of a red glow. You have to have your gun pressed right up against the wall. Peeker's advantage in Tarkov's pretty big. Holding an angle isn't really the play a lot of times. Especially if your opponent knows where you are. And so even though he had a right hand, well, he didn't really have a right hand peek because he was on the wrong side of the hallway, but like, had he positioned correctly and had a right-hand peek, a left-hand peek with peeker's advantage is going to have the advantage. Low tick rate servers. Every online multiplayer game has peeker's advantage. Oh, yeah, I was going to showcase how I clear out dorms. All right. So dorms place, dude, my first wipe, I religiously played dorms and labs. Ended up with like 10,400 and something PMC kills that wipe. I didn't do any quests. I literally only pushed dorms and labs. And got very good at clearing it out. But basically what you're going to do as you push up, back it up, crouch, and then scroll wheel up just once as you're crouched. That you see in the bottom left, like it makes me stand up a little bit. You have a little bit more of an off angle when you go to peek, like this spot right here. Is if someone's holding that and they're a good player, they're going to be aimed a little bit lower, and it gives you just a little bit more vision down there. And you won't have to worry about hitting anything if you get barrel stuck doing this number, which is not that big of a deal. You know, ain't gonna. But I think that. Oh goodness. Oh damn it! I should have went inside. I think that having the if you're crouched halfway up, it just makes it to where anyone that has muscle memory on where your head would be peeking, it throws them off. I'll cover dorms again in just a second. I got that shit down pat. I know, I didn't even know I was busy. What the hell? Yeah, clearing dorms fights are fun as fuck. Dorms fights are fun as fuck. I guess I killed the guy. Oh, guy in dorms. Yeah, right. I thought it was the guy over by ice cream. It was the guy in dorms. Yeah. Right. I think dorms are some of the best PvP. Yeah. Dorms. I think dorms is the most fun place to fight on Tarkov. Up there. It's up there. I was up there. Good, dude. Yeah, it's actually pretty fucking solid. Not bad at all. Do you single fire or full auto with the 50 mags? With the MDR, you can leave it on full auto. It's not a fast enough rate of fire that you have to worry about accidentally popping off 2 rounds. And so it's a lot easier to tap with and not be inaccurate. Whereas like an HK that's sitting at 850 RPM, it's very easy to accidentally press that trigger and let off 2 rounds or 3 rounds. And whenever the recoil with Tarkov, it's 5 to 6 bullets vertically, and then it'll even out over there. So like those first few bullets when you full auto, it's going to be bad recoil. But if you were to just single fire it and not accidentally trigger 2 bullets at once, it's a lot easier to have it not hit the bad vertical recoil. It's a lot easier to control. I'll show. There we go. It's been good, Afro. Yeah, the patch is solid, bro. Patch is really solid. Where's the tunes? Oh, shit.
Hey, Sheef, how are you going?
I thought I had hit play. There you go. Doing well. Yeah, Nicholas, doing really well. How about yourself? Doing really, really well. Ain't known bug quest to avoid? Not that I'm aware of. I mean, I'm sure there are, but not that I'm aware of at the moment. So this is the HK with the 850 RPM single fire. Right, and then if you were to try to do that same thing with full auto. And let me reload it. See how some of them, it let off the extra... Let off the extra couple burst rounds. It's just, it makes it just ever so slightly more inaccurate. And if you're trying to do that while tracking someone and it lets off 2 rounds, you're then going to subconsciously try to counter it and pull down to put it back on target, and you're going to start to shoot low. And you even saw it in that right there. Whenever I was tapping, and then whenever it did the kick up, I went to counter to pull down, and then all of a sudden I'm aiming kind of low. So it's if it's a high RPM gun, I like to swap the single fire if I'm going to go for precision shots. If it's a lower RPM gun like the MDR and stuff, you're fine with leaving it on full auto. I probably still, out of habit, threw it on single fire when I knew I was going to be killing them. But yeah, having it in full auto is not bad by any means on the MDR. Yeah, you leave it in full auto. Like, if you go in there and try and single fire as fast as you can, and if you're accidentally triggering it twice, single fire is for you. If you're shooting as fast as you can and you're not hitting any of those double fires, you can leave it in full auto. Yeah, what up, Convinced? How's it hanging, bro? Ow. I shouldn't have bought the Markstrom key earlier. I got other shit I need to sell, but can we just put these in there? Okay, nice. We'll do a day of ruble making coming up. The account needs it for sure.
Slide_star.
I could sell one of my 1,000 dog tags, but I don't want to do that. Oh, wait. There should be a couple Lexus keys. That'll do. Oh. I don't know what keys I just sold. That was one for 500 and something K, but I think it was one for like 57K. Slide, thank you for the 13 months, bro. You have video on movement tech? I do not. Now, I should put together one and redo like a lot of the guides I have that may or may not be outdated. I'll just do 2 battle mags. It'll work. Okay, let's go actually hit Markstrom. And I'll do a full educational round. We'll do a customs guide. How about it? How about it? We'll cover how to fight in dorms for those that want to go and hit marked rooms. I mean, gunsmith videos older than a month. They're definitely outdated. Yeah, fair. I've never done a gunsmith video. I let some other people worry about doing those. I could go through and do each of the gunsmith builds. Wouldn't be a bad idea. You know of a way to bind smooth zoom to scroll wheel without changing walk speed and still be able to heal specific limbs? Change your previous and next. So I have my smooth zoom bound to right mouse button scroll wheel. That'll make it to where anytime I aim down sight and I want to zoom in and out, it's easy. I aim down sight, scroll wheel. You'd have to change your previous and next key because when you do that way, because if you don't, anytime you aim down sight and you scroll wheel, you're going to change your movement speed. And so you aim down sight, zoom in, and then zoom out, and all of a sudden your character's gonna be walking slowly. That's not ideal. So previous and next, if you change it to control scroll wheel. So for next, control scroll wheel up, previous control scroll wheel down. That'll make it to where whenever you... I don't know why the lo-fi music is not playing over on YouTube. I'll double check. Great spawn force. But yeah, if you change your previous and next, it'll make it to where you... Like when you have a bag on the ground, you see how it has search and take. You can scroll wheel between this. Oh, I have it on alt scroll wheel, not control. I have it on alt. Sorry, alt scroll wheel. But that'll also change up. You see on the bottom left the movement speed that's changing. That's where you can change that. The movement speed changing isn't like, I wish you could take it off keybind altogether without changing previous and next. But since you can't, I have it on alt. You're not really ever changing your movement speed to 75% or 50% or 25%. It's either all or nothing. You either want to hit caps and go completely dead silent or go at full speed. There's not really many scenarios where you're going to want to be in the middle. But having right mouse button and being able to scroll, it's nice. That is nice. All right. So we had God spawn, but just in case we didn't and we came up to clear dorms, we're going to crouch and scroll wheel up a little bit. You don't have to, but I like to just to throw off any veterans. If they're sitting there holding an angle, they're going to know, a lot of people would know where to peek on it. And so play this. You're going to peek this first corner, clear. Diagonal step. You don't full side step horizontally, you diagonal step. It puts you out 3 to 5, puts you out like 2 to 3 pixels instead of 3 to 5. A horizontal step would be around 3 to 5 pixels out. Then your next peak is down there, and then same pillar. So the first peak's right there, second peak's right there, third peak is into the hallway. So I guess fourth peak into the hallway. So first peak's there, second peak is there, third peak's there, fourth peak is into the hallway. Clear. You're gonna do one more, and then you're gonna push in. Right here, whenever you go to sprint in, one step, and then your hip fire ready. Because people like to camp right here. They will literally sit here and wait for you to push in. And if you just come in sprinting, you're cleared. Okay, it's clear. You run in. There's a guy. You're dead. Right? And so what I'll end up doing is it's like a stutter step. And so you'll sprint in and check, and then you sprint in. So you sprint, stop, check, sprint in. Then this right here, you do another just jiggle peek. And whenever I do this, it'll be DWS. DWS. So you go out and you do S or W because you need to keep the momentum going. You want to keep it in a circle. If you just go D and A, you see how there's like that little bit of a pause. But if you keep it's awkward because it's in a doorway, but if you keep the momentum going, it's not as bad. And then you combo that with the side lean. So just real quick. And you're not even really trying to peek out to get a shot. You're peeking out to bait a shot. You're peeking out to see if you can get someone to shoot at you. And so you just go forward and look down hallway. Don't see anyone. Okay. You're going to then push forward and be ready for hip fire here as well. Because this is a great spot to camp. Anyone that's doing shooterborn, or not shooterborn, but setup and has to kill players with shotgun, this is probably the best spot to camp in the game. You got a peek down the hallway, you got to peek down this hallway, and you got to peek onto this staircase here that for setup it's phenomenal. You can sit right here with your buckshot and wait for people. But when you do this sprint down the hall, you can, if you're worried about there being a person, you do like a little stutter step, and you're basically pressing shift until your gun goes all the way down, and then you let go. And you're going to do that little stutter step, and it will clear the ground faster than just walking normally. But you'll be hipfire ready, more likely be hipfire ready whenever someone would peek, right? Situational. There's nothing wrong with just full sending down this hallway. The only problem with that is that if someone does peek you, you're less likely to have your gun ready. But if you're going to do this full sprint down the hallway, you're going to sprint to right here, and then you're going to just turn the corner, and you don't even shoulder swap. Don't shoulder swap for hipfire. You're just peeking around this corner like that. And then you take this corner over, you're going to stop and sound whore. And you're listening, not hearing anything. Okay. So then you're going to do this corner peek. First one, you're looking at the staircase there, and there. Clear, right? Then you're going to go ahead and sprint across, looking down the hallway there, just in case someone was camping further back there and looking, but you sprint across. And so first floor here, this is what it's going to look like if it's not cut up a bunch with the descriptions. But push up, crouch scroll wheel up a couple times, jiggle peek the first one, diagonal step, jiggle peek down hallway, zoom in more, third clear, fourth clear. Okay, we're good. So scroll wheel all the way up to make sure you're not crouched anymore. Clear. Come in here, make sure no one's behind door. We're going to stop, regain stamina, sound horror. We don't hear anything. Do a quick jiggle peek just to re-clear. We're clear. Push down here. Be ready for someone in this corner. Don't see anyone, not hearing anything. We're going to stop, regain stamina, sound horror. We're then going to peek this corner here. Clear. Okay. Look down hallway, sprint across. We're now on sound. You're listening. You're not making any audio, and you're fully focused on your audio. Sound whore. You're listening intensely. Yeah. So yeah, you got first floor clear now. Now you need to be careful with the staircase. Right here, if you hear boss, if you hear Rashala, if you hear a bunch of AI shifting and stuff like that, and then one's on the staircase, don't try and fight boss from the staircase. Boss on the staircase, his guys will aimbot you, and they're very accurate, and they will shoot through the metal. Like it's such a difficult fight. They've got the right hand peek, you got the left hand peek. Don't try and fight the boss if they're on the staircase. But if you don't see anything there, you're gonna push up, and you're gonna be looking here and then up top, right? So you're gonna clear that doorway and then up top. Work here. You're gonna look behind. This spot right here is the next spot you clear, and then you're gonna look down left hallway. This is where I would shoulder swap. You just do a quick. You don't necessarily have to. You could do this, but like I personally would aim down sight and just do that little side step. Same thing you're doing, except opposite, I guess. AWD, and so you're stepping out, going forward, and then coming back. And while you do that, you're aimed on sight and you do your little side step. Clear that. The reason you want to clear the right side hallway instead of the left one first is because one, right side hallway is closer, left peek angles that they can check, and two, you can use this guy to block some of the vision from the main peek angles that they would be camping. And so you're going to peek this hallway, and like even on a peek like this right here where I can see pretty much everywhere that someone would be camping, there's only one spot that someone would be sitting that can see my head, right? So it's, if I peek to clear this, every single spot over here can see my head. Every single spot someone would be sitting over here, they'd see me. When I do the other way, every single spot over here, only one can see me. But then other peek, you're looking here, then the pillar into the hallway, then the kitchen. The main two threats is going to be like this peek right here, which you can get, you're close to jiggle peek, and then you'll diagonal step, jiggle peek, diagonal step, jiggle peek, diagonal step, jiggle peek. And you don't have to do anything super fancy. You don't have to worry about doing the whole, like I've tested it. I've seen what it is on the receiving end. I've seen what it is on the peekers end. Realistically, you can do all of these extra things with movement. It's going to help, it's going to help in the numbers game. Out of 1,000 raids, if you're doing that, you're going to survive a few more times because you did those moves. You can quite literally just do this peek right here. Not a full lean. You're not full leaning. That's a full lean. That's slow. You're doing a half lean, which is just like that. On the receiving end, that looks pretty fast. It's not bad. The beta bag takes a lot of ergo. That's why I don't like rocking beta bags. I had one in my stash, but like that's fine. I'm not doing a full lean. That's the full lean. See how I can see like the full pillar? It's like I'm not even seeing the pillar there, but that little half lean is fine. Like that, like legitimately. Diagonal step, you're pressing W and D instead of A and D. So horizontal step, diagonal step, right? That horizontal step, if you were to full step, you're peeking that far out, right? A diagonal step moves it up. You see how there's that less, it's hard to, not the best example with the remote. I tried to find some horizontal thing or fully flat item. But essentially trigonometry, if you have the full flat thing and it's diagonal, you get that extra little bit right there, right? You get that percentage, vectors or whatever, yeah. And so basically you're going to want to diagonal step, you press WD. Now let's see, like that right there, right? Let me get on a right hand angle, will probably be easier. A full right hand peek. Let's look down the hole. Okay, so like on a full lean, we'll step out. We'll step aside. We can't see the door at all, right? I'm on a full lean, can't see the door. We're gonna WD. I can now see the door. We're gonna WD back, or well, AS, and yeah, this is kind of awkward. Can't see the door. Diagonal step, can see the door. We're gonna step back into this roughly the same spot. Kind of hard. My back's up against this wall, so it's making the peaks really weird. It's not giving the full example. I need to find like a full flat wall. But for the most part, you'll get the point. If I were to press D, I step all the way out, right? If I press A, I'm back in cover. If I press diagonal, like it's a lot easier to get that pixel peak rather than the full peak. And a lot of people will just want to step out fully. I'm hella overexposed. If I do diagonal and then peek, it's better. So you diagonal step, you're 2 to 3 pixels over into the corner. If you horizontal step, you're 3 to 5 pixels over. And so by moving the scale just ever so slightly and re-peaking, you're going to be able to get that precision peak. But if you do the full step over, you're not. So again, we're going to come from the first floor, clear up top here. You clear this corner, clear up top, push around the corner. You look there and then up top. I wouldn't aim down sight there. Clear this. Check there and then up top because people will camp right there. Then you push around this corner. You look right here. You're not exposed anywhere down there. You're not exposed anywhere down there. That's clear. That corner's clear. All right, you're good on the staircase. Now we're going to check the left hall here. Let's do a quick peek. Nothing. We're going to do the other hall. Quick peek into that. Quick peek into that. Quick peek down the hall. We're good. All right, nothing. Now we're going to check this corner again. Whenever you push up the staircase, the goal is to clear this spot right here without over peaking hardcore. And so you can basically like do this right here, and you're going to work from this corner up the staircase to right here. So clear. People will sit right up top there. And that right there is exactly how you want to go about clearing it. It's just you peek up and out, and boom, you would have seen them. If they're not there, you're going to walk with your back against the wall here, and you're mainly looking here and then here. Those are the next 2 spots you want to clear. People will sit behind this bookshelf and off the pillar. A sexy spot that people will sit is right here, and they prone. And they'll sit prone and wait for you to come up the staircase. So when you push up, you're clearing corner, top, bookshelf, pillar. Then when you push up here, you're hug this railing and you're going to push into this corner. Boom. Because people will open this door and they'll camp it. And they'll sit here and wait for you to push up top. And so as you go up to clear, follow the railing and you cut right because you need to clear this pillar off to the left side of it. Can't see it from down low, right? I see. Like you can for a small second. But whenever you push up top here, you want to keep moving fast and you're clearing the bookshelf and that pillar. You're not going to be able to see the left side of the pillar, which is where I would be peeking from. If I'm holding this, no joke, I sit right here. I sit right here and I will have this angle. And then as soon as you walk up top of the stairs, I'm going to walk out and I'm going to pre-fire your ass. But you clear that, you clear the pillar, you're going to walk over here and you're going to walk against that all while focusing on this spot. So you push up and boom. You don't even look at this door. You're trying to block vision. The goal is you're moving through, clearing out the common camp spots one at a time, one at a time, one at a time. And so back against the railing, clear this, and then clear that. Now you're good to clear down the hallways. You're going to sprint across, looking right. Sprint across, looking right. You can do it left. Yeah, Gold. Appreciate you, bro. You can do it down this hall. I like clearing out this right side. It's a shorter hallway, easier to clear. The places they're going to be camping is in the bathroom, likely. They might be at the end of the hallway there, but the bathroom's more than likely where they're going to be. So you sprint across, don't see anyone, sprint back across. Didn't really see anyone, but the main areas you're wanting to look when you peek down this hallway is this doorway, that marked room, and that bathroom area. Like that bathroom and then the kitchen, right? But several spots you're needing to look when you're looking down the hallway, and it can be kind of difficult to spot someone. The biggest threat is in the entire game, in my opinion, the easiest spot to defend is that hallway right there. It has an out to the roof. It's a long, narrow hallway, and it's a right-hand peek. It's phenomenal for defense. Now, on the offensive side, it's difficult to assault because you're playing off of not hard cover. You can shoot through this. The bullet hit the ground. You can shoot through this. They're playing off hard cover. You cannot shoot through that cement wall. And so, or well, whatever the fuck this is made out of. And so instead, let's say you run across and you do see someone. By the way, this is a live raid. I don't know where the players are. I'm surprised no one's came to dorms yet. But you sprint across, and let's say you do see someone camping down at marked room. I need to get the lineup a little bit better for this, because now that I'm not resetting this account and I will always be max strength on this account, I could get a perfect one. But if you're not max strength, and a lot of people won't be, basically you'll position yourself on the green line here, and you can't, even if you're leaning, you can't be seen by the guy down the hallway. He won't see any of you, so he won't know you're doing this. Aim at this guy, pull out the grenade, throw it. If you are max strength, your guy fucking line drives the shit out of it. This right here, you aim right here, pull out the grenade, throw it. It hit the wall. Try this again. I need to get this exact lineup. I had it for whenever I wasn't max strength. As soon as your guy gets like 40 plus strength, he starts throwing grenades so hard. But we'll aim a little bit lower just because it ended up getting blocked. Got blocked again. He's getting blocked by that guy, so I probably need to aim a little bit higher. I don't think he went. I should do this example whenever I am not on my main account. But the goal is to get that grenade. It'll work all the same. But with that lineup, if you're not max strength, try it. With that lineup, it'll basically, you aim at that, and it will go and end up bouncing down the wall and hit that the oven and stop right there, and it'll explode right there. And that's the hallway that they're on. That person that's peeking this is likely going to see you throw the grenade, and they're going to run out to the roof. And that's when you're going to take over the peak, and you're going to sit here and you're going to hold the angle, because they're going to have a hard time lining back up that shot, and you're going to be sitting here waiting for when they do. So the second they come back to peak, you pull the trigger and kill them. I need another grenade so I can showcase this all the way. But yeah, that lineup, just basically get on this green line, middle of the room, and aim at that, pull out the grenade, throw it. If he isn't re-peeking and you're wanting to clear the ground, you can pull out a grenade, and if you have an M67 or an F1 grenade, do not do it with a VOG. If you have an M67 or an F1 grenade, you just aim at that and pull out the grenade, throw it, and as soon as you throw it, you go running. You follow behind it, and then dip into this side room or dip into the kitchen. And then, because as soon as you throw the grenade, the person peeking is going to see it or hear it and then back up. Especially if it's the second grenade down the hallway. They're going to back up into the hallway, and that's going to give you a chance to follow behind it. So as soon as you throw that grenade, you run right after it. And I wish I had a grenade to showcase it. But Basically, throw the grenade, follow after it, dip into the side room, boom, explosion. Previously, before they nerfed it, you used to be able to just full send out this window. For whatever reason, BSG didn't like that, and they made it to where you can't get through this window anymore. I don't know why, but yeah, they made it to where you can't get through that window, which fucking sucks. Because it used to be the case where you'd throw the grenade, you go running. If it's an F1 grenade, you jump, boom, explosion happens, and you're landing at that same time. It was like perfect timing to where the explosion happened. You'd be hitting the ground, and you're not making any of that extra noise. And this person would be peeking. Oh, he throws a grenade, backs it up, and he's waiting here, he's waiting here, he's waiting here. Grenade explodes, he pushes forward, and you're landing on the roof when he's pushing forward. Dude, I can't tell you how many times I made that play. I'm talking hundreds of times. I made that play, and the person would be peeking this angle, and I'd be out on the roof. I'd sneak up behind him. Like, I shit you not. But yeah, this peek right here, and instead of going into this side room, I personally would go into the kitchen, because that gives you a right-hand peek onto his right-hand peek instead of this hallway, because then you're having to go into a left-hand peek out of a narrow doorway. If you do push into this side room, then basically just run straight across into here. Oops, step too close to the fire. That scared me. Sprint straight across. That's risky, though, because if he does make it back into the cover, that's a lot. Like, look how long that is of a run when he can see us. Right, that's, at least a second and a half that he's going to be able to shoot you. But on the receiving end, it looks so much faster than what that was. Like, when someone sprints across, it's so much faster than that right there. But we want to push forward. You're going to then clear here. And then you need to clear in here. Up on the bed. A lot of times people will sit here and they will wait for someone to go unlock the door. And the second they go to unlock the door, boom, they're going to peek out and kill you. And then you're going to check behind here, behind this door. And so you'll check in here. And also another one is whenever you clear this angle. So you go to clear here and you check this. Boom. And then if you're going to do the same with this one, put your butt against this door and walk across this way. You don't want to be too close, because if they come to peek out at the same time, getting barrel stuffed is very awkward. Whenever you're too close to your opponent, your gun gets jammed to the side and you can't shoot straight, right? So whenever you push up and peek back here, it gives you that little bit of leeway to where you're not going to get barrel stuffed. But yeah, that's dorms, and yeah, crazy amount of hours went into learning all of those peek angles, and tens of thousands of fights inside dorms, no exaggeration, tens of thousands of fights inside dorms to learn where people like to camp and how to combat each spot. Trial and error over and over and over and over again. Well, there's more guns in Marked Room. We had one case and or two cases, I guess, and a lab's entrance card. That's not bad, but not great. See if car's up. It's not up. Another play you can make is if you are holding this defensive angle and someone does push up and throws a grenade down the hallway to force you off the angle, instead of coming back and re-peeking that, you step back into it, and you need to get past this guy right here, but step back into it and aim at that doorway a little above it and throw a grenade back. And so you're going to put a grenade back down the hallway. That's going to force them off the peak, and then that's when you can reclaim your peak. If you need to disengage out, you can run and jump, and you full send to the left side of that tree, and you full send right there. Reason being is if they come out here trying to follow, they're going to have a hard time peeking over and seeing down low. You could do it there too. Basically, you want to get behind one of these bigger trees that will allow you to sit down there and heal. You're not going to try and take off running. You're going to sit behind one of the trees, one of the bushes that will make it hard to see you whenever they go to peek. They'd go to the roof, try and follow behind you, and you jump off and you turn around and you're aiming down sight, waiting for them to peek. Because whenever they go to peek, their silhouette is going to be against a blue background. so much easier to see. So much easier to see. What your background's going to be is green and behind shrubbery, and then with shrubbery behind you, and it's much more difficult for their eyes to spot you and their brain to immediately lock onto you and shoot you. Whereas your brain is it's gonna stick out like a sore thumb, So yeah, you're basically just trying to conceal yourself down there. If you want to make a fun play, you can pre-paint if there's a team down there at the end of the hallway. M67s are the best because it gives you the most time. You get 5 seconds. But if there's a team in the hallway here and you're like, damn, I can't get to them. I want to fight them. You can't run down this hallway without them peeking you and fucking you up. They can't run down this hallway without you peeking and fucking them up. So it's a stalemate. If you want to be the aggressor in that situation, you pull out your M67, you throw it, you pre-paint, and you're going to be, or well, you pre-paint and then throw it, and you're going to run out here. You get a nice running start. That way you can line it up because you're going to need to run on this guy and you're going to jump into the drain. That's what you're aiming for. So you're going to run out, and push forward, and then jump into the drain. I missed it. You're trying to land on this guy so you don't break your legs. You can tell I'm rusty. Been on marathon all week. But yeah, here's the jump one more time. I missed it again. It'd still work, but you're trying to avoid the running up the metal and everything, and that's so much louder. The explosion is to cover your footsteps in your jump. And so you'd put that M67 out. And if you're pre-pained, you'd run and jump. Boom. And avoid breaking your leg, right? But that's, if you're pre-pained, that's where that wouldn't matter as much. You could tell I'm rusty as fuck on this. I've not done that jump in so long. Try one more time just to show that I have it in me still. Just to show that I have it in me still. Or maybe I am washed. We'll see. There we go. Thankful. So you hit that metal sound, but it's dude, it's not nearly as loud as 4 or 5 footsteps running up that metal. All right, let me grab my bag and get out. Can you still get to the roof from the second story elbow bathroom? No. You were never able to do that. You can get to the second story bathroom from the roof. They made it really awkward with inertia to do this drop. But the goal was to try and drop. This used to be such a fun play, dude. They really fucked with the movement enough to where like a lot of these plays aren't as much of an option. But you basically will diagonal step to slowly slip off the edge here. And the second you do, you're going to step back into the window. Yeah, see? The awkward... Yep. And that's the problem is it's a guaranteed leg break. And I don't have a splint now. But you used to be able to drop into that window. And there was another 2 windows on the backside, one of which you'd have to break glass for. But, yeah, those were fun plays, dude. I miss the dorms fights. Yeah. You still jump out the back window and land on the aircon to give you an angle into adjacent room. True. True. Yeah, you could jump on that aircon. True. Okay. Yeah, see how on the exfils car extract's not up anymore? Car can still spawn. You can still take car. It just isn't going to show. So you can't sit there and tell if someone's taking it via it turning green. Max strength, get aircon to roof? No. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. There was a bug one time where you could get up on the roof of 2-story via the air conditioning unit. I don't think you could get up to the roof of 3-story via that. But maybe you could, dude. Maybe you could. Maybe I'm misremembering. It's been years. It's been years. Mastermind. Holy shit, bro. Thank you so much. Hit us with the 20 gifted. That's extremely kind of you. Dude, let's fucking go, man. Oh, it's Rashay, I think. Where's our new EUD close at? I have them on. It's in your overall tab. It's in the drop down menu in your overall tab. If it's not there, you need to relog. And Captain, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Let's fucking go, guys. And my grandpa just sharded. Hit us with the 5 months. Slide Star with the 13 months. Last American with the 2 months. Thank you, guys. Let's fucking go. Thank you. How's it going, Samuka? Makes too much sense since you did it when it's like... Yeah, I mean, you should be able to just select it through Ragman, but that is unfortunately not the case anymore. Or, yeah. The clothes they added in... The clothes they added in from Arena and like the events and stuff like that, you have to do from the drop-down menu in your overall tab. The ones that you buy in-game with your in-game currency, not real-world money, you can select through Ragman. They should all be in Ragman. That way you can visually see which one you're selecting, and it's a larger drop-down menu. When you have a bunch of different skins and your overall tab, when you go to select them in your overall tab, you can only see like 4 or 5 at a time. And trying to scroll through those 4 or 5 at a time is really awkward. So, yeah, they really should swap that back to seeing everything in Ragman. Performance is on point in this patch. Yeah, no, they did a good job with this patch. They did a good job with this patch. I'm surprised, pleasantly surprised with the quality of the patch. What's the new clothing called? Veteran. I'm for it becoming more realistic and less of a bunny hop arcade game. I just want it to be optimized. Yes. Yeah. I do agree with that for the most part. Yeah. I don't think the bunny hop is not only is it not realistic, it's not immersive. Right? You go to shoot someone and all of a sudden they turn into the Easter Bunny and they're just jumping every single, like, the second they get shot at, they turn into the bunny rabbit, the Easter Bunny. Not super ideal. But on the flip side of that, I do think being able to jump out of a window that's open that I would 1,000,000,000% be able to do IRL should be a thing, right? I don't like that they just randomly block windows. And is a drop down mechanic onto a windowsill realistic in the slightest? No, you know, maybe Jason Bourne would do that shit, right? I've seen him do it in like a favela. The landing isn't as neat, but I agree on a whole with what you said, though. I do think the optimization, bug fixes, quality of life update and stuff like that is great and should be the main focus. the movement mechanics and stuff like that, this version of Tarkov is far more in line with what I initially pictured Tarkov being like when I bought the game. When I first watched the game, I watched Summit, and he was camping the rafters on Interchange. Extremely slow played. He was solo, but I can remember it like the back of my hand, dude. Not like the back of my hand, but I remember like it was yesterday. He was camping the rafters on Interchange. He spotted he was fighting a 5-man. He's already fighting him when I tuned in, but he was fighting a 5-man, and he killed the first two without them knowing. Like, they killed the first two without them knowing. The third one spotted him. When he spotted him, he killed him, and then he dropped down from the rafters and hit a flank and killed the last two. And I was like, it was on Interchange, the mall map. I was like, yo, this game looks fucking sick. I bought it that day. I played so much that weekend, dude. I lasted 3 days with a standard account, and I bought EOD. I'm like, I'm gonna be playing the fuck out of this game. And I did, and I have. But when I started playing, this was 6.5 years ago, the game was so drastically different movement wise than what it is now. Back then, when I bought the game, I was picturing this more immersive, a little bit more of a milsim type movement mechanic type game, a little bit more grounded. And what I had found out was the game was more Call of Duty-esque and fast-paced than I had thought. And it was sprint past doorway, sprint past doorway, sprint past doorway, pre-fire, pre-fire, pre-fire peak. The Ferrari peak is what it was called. And I mean, you would literally be like peak shot, peak shot, peak shot, peak shot. And that was every single fight was sprint past doorway, sprint past doorway, sprint past doorway, pre-fire peak, pre-fire peak, pre-fire peak, every single time. Or nade spam, nade spam, nade spam. And I mean, like, legitimately, that's how you'd press G and your guy would go throw a nade. Press G, throw a nade. And like, that's just what, let's try customs again. Hopefully we can get some action. That's just what Tarkov was, right? And then they added inertia and cut back on the weight mechanics and the movement and everything, and it slowed it down a lot. Okay, let me pull up. Don't judge my lighting and stuff. It's a lobby wipe. Don't judge me on my lighting back then. Yeah, dude, Hunt. So many fucking of the meds are just out of price, hardcore. No one's selling them. No one's even looting them. Just run through mid real quick. Okay. There's nothing spawned. This is my first wipe. Jeez. Or maybe second wipe. Another helix. This is old movement mechanics. And so this was a labs raid, and I think even to this date, even to today, the fastest I've ever cleared out a full labs lobby. From when I first pulled the trigger to when I had killed everybody. And we're loading into raid. 1 second. I just need to get to a spot that I can hide. So first guy. Kill number 1. Dude, that PK, the PK06 was so crisp. See the guy peeking? Kill number 2. You see that? This is a quick jiggle pre-fire peek. Kill number 3. Kill number 4. Kill number 5. Kill number 6 and 7. Fucking wild that I got that 7th guy. I didn't think I got him. At this point right here, didn't think I had gotten him. I'm coming for you. There wasn't VoIP back then, so I didn't VoIP that. I spotted that. I killed him.
All right, GG's. Another lobby wipe.
It wasn't. I thought it was. Ended up hearing someone here. I think. I can't remember, honestly, what I... Okay, it's after this guy right here. Heard someone. Here comes the nades. Watch how quickly you pull out a grenade and throw this shit. There's number 8. Heard another one. Oh, oh. Scab.
Now it's a lobby wipe.
From when I first pulled the trigger, my first pull of the trigger at 246 to 513. 2.5 minutes to kill an entire labs lobby. How many hours do you have in this clip? I don't remember. It was probably my second wipe, so less than 1,000. Less than 1,000 at that point. That was version 0.85 of Tarkov beta. Was that really? 0.85? How's up there? It's been great. Yeah, it feels really good. Feels really good. Be streaming Gray Zone for Twitch drops? I will be, yeah. Yeah. On the 31st. Yep. We will be streaming Gray Zone. I know, I probably had around 1,000 at that point. Probably had around 1,000 hours at the point. It was different back then though, because I had already, not already, but I was competing in PUBG and ooh, we got dead bodies. I was competing in PUBG and was so fucking sweaty, dude.
Bro, you're breaking the rules. You're breaking the rules.
What you talking about, Willis? What you talking about, Willis?
You're moving. You don't move in this game. You don't move. That's how we play. You don't move. Don't break the rules, man.
What rules do we have about playing on high ping?
High ping what? Sorry?
What rules do we have about playing on high ping?
Well, I play on this servers because I don't have people on mine, so I don't know.
Well, that doesn't seems counterintuitive. If you're playing on this server and everyone else comes to play this server, you could see where the problem would lie, right?
What, bro? No. Explain.
Where are you from originally?
I'm from Russia.
Yeah, so I mean, if every Russian player comes to the US to play, then Russian servers are going to be dead.
Yeah, but I don't live in Russia. I live in South America.
Okay, fair. So I guess I should ask where you live then. That makes sense. Yeah, South America servers are rough.
Yeah, permanently dead.
You're probably not playing on too high a ping then from SA.
1 month of the web, they're fucked.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. SA fucked. I thought you were playing from Russia. EU servers aren't too bad. EU servers are fine.
Here's the thing. Now, if playing on high ping on this shit game, do you think it really matters?
Oh, no doubt about it, brother. No doubt about it. It gives peakers advantage to those that are playing aggressive. You know this.
Bro.
You'll die behind cover. You'll die behind cover a lot, but if you play on high ping, especially like 150 plus ping, you no doubt about it. If you play super aggressive, you'll have the advantage.
And I don't consider myself to be a shit player though.
Say what?
All day long, even though I'm pushing, like it doesn't matter. And when I play on like 30 ping, it doesn't matter either. Like it's just desync all the way.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. This game has terrible desync, but when you add in a higher ping, there's even more desync. There's a larger discrepancy between what happens on the server and what happens on the player's side, on the client side.
Yeah. I get what you're saying, but I don't think it matters that much in this game. It's just fucked.
That's right. We agree to disagree. Whenever I played on high ping, I was shooting people. It was like deer in headlights. They never shot back. On their end, they didn't have a chance to. On their end, they did shoot back. It just didn't show on the server.
That way, but if you say so, I guess, bro.
Yeah, that's fair. We're gonna agree to disagree.
Sure. Yeah.
Guarantee it. He pulled the trigger there. I don't see it on my server. Guarantee when he peeks out here, he's shooting there. Guarantee it. But since I play aggressive, I'm going to win that fight because the ping discrepancy is so fucking large. I would guarantee he pulls the trigger there. It's not a big deal. That's more on BSG. I don't blame anyone that does decide to play on higher ping, especially if they're wanting to play on more active servers and their local servers aren't happening. I get that. Or if they're wanting to play with a friend or anything. Personally, I don't think you should be able to select servers as a solo. I know not everyone will agree with that. If you got homies that you're wanting to play with from across the world, perfect, right? I get that. If you're wanting to play high ping servers, you're just ruining the fun for other people. Not necessarily ruining the fun, but like the game's already desyncy enough. Adding to it isn't ideal. I get it if he's wanting to play on a more active server. I totally get that. But yeah, me personally, it's like that's more on BSG. That's not on the that's not on the player. And I think a lot of it comes down to intention. If you're intentionally going in with high ping because you're like, oh, I want peaker's advantage, I'm gonna go in with high ping and I'm just gonna play super aggressive. I'm always gonna be W king. Then that's not cool. But ultimately, who cares even if that is the case? Because then, like, that's on BSG. BSG allows the ping limit. They're playing within the rules. That's cool. No problem. Now, if you're going to swap servers because your local servers are dead or filled with cheaters or you're wanting to play with a friend, how about it? Fuck it. Like, that's what video games are about. And ultimately, at the end of the day, it's just a video game. So it's not a big deal, right?
Smash Gainer. Less than 3.
Just watch back his clip and he didn't shoot at all when you peeked last. That was it. Was it actually backs? Yo, just clip that and let me see the his end. I want to see what it looked like on the receiving end. That's wild that he didn't shoot there. I figured he would have been pre-firing that. Oh my god, dude. What is this marked room? Okay, I think they buffed. This was way better than my first opening. This is way better than my first opening. Jeez. Yo, tell Bax I said GG's. Very talented player. Very, very talented player. Very, very talented player.
T1 Rad 3. LWLW.
LW. Appreciate you, bro. Yeah, back to school. No compete. Now stream. Ah, damn. Won't this cause prices to plummet? Of the colored key cards, they probably already have plummeted. They're going to be about $1 mil. They've been the vendor value for a while now. They've been the vendor value for a while. Smash, thank you so much for the 16 months, bro. And Tirade coming to the 13 months. Much love, much love. Oh, wait. That mag drop sounds not as bad as I was thinking. I was worried it was going to be. That's not nearly as bad. It's there. That's not nearly as bad. I was worried it was going to be like that. That wasn't that bad. Do you labs run? I'd be down. I'll do labs next. I'm down with that. Told you they're crazy right now? Yeah, no, dude. I mean, that first opening was, it felt like the old one. I pulled the dog tags case, the Jinji keychain, and I think there's one other item, the labs entrance card. That was it on my first opening, which isn't bad. But for a 4.3 mil card or 4.4 mil, that's not great either. Bro, that opening right there was juiced as hell. Do we go for airdrop? That green penis helmet is MVP, dude. I swear that thing has ricocheted so many bullets this wipe. So many bullets. I was playing 130 plus ping on EU servers, and believe me, you don't want to play on that ping. I don't want to play on that ping. Yeah, at all. Don't get it twisted. I'm not saying that you will 100% be on an advantage on a high ping. Okay, so like when the ping's super high on either end, right? Let's say person A is here, server is here, person B is here, right? And so to send that information back and forth from the server, there's going to be some lag. There's going to be some discrepancy, right? And so what happens on the server's end compared to what happens on the player's client is going to, what happens server side versus client side, you know, server side versus player side is going to be different, right? And that is going to, it makes peaker's advantage stronger. And so those that play fast and super aggressive on high ping will have the advantage. If they try and play defensive, they'll die behind walls a lot. If they try and do jiggle peaks, they're going to die behind walls a lot. But if those dudes swing the corner and pre-fire you, that shit's going to happen so fast that you're going to be dead before you know it, dude. No human has enough of a response time. Like the F1 drivers wouldn't be able to react fast enough to it. It's impossible. And so for anyone that's on 150 plus ping or like 120 plus ping, playing super fast and swinging and pre-firing corners is going to net you the win a lot. That's damn it, forgot you can't prone. That's where the advantage would lie, more so than just being on high ping doesn't automatically give you an advantage. You'll be there'll be situations where you'll be in just as big of it. Oh, I thought it was empty. I was like, no way. You'll be in just as big of a disadvantage as you would have the advantage, right? But again, I don't blame anyone that does play on high ping or anything like this. It's more. It's like a hate the game, not the play it type situation. It's like that's extreme because I don't hate Tarkov because of it by any means. But like I don't blame any player for quite literally playing within the rules and playing a server that they can select. Have at it. It's a fucking video game. You know what I mean? But I played enough hours that for me, in my opinion, I can damn near pinpoint when someone's playing on high ping. I've done it enough. I got quite without the person voiping or giving any sort of indication that he is European, and I run into a European player. I've called it enough, and then sure enough, it's like, oh, well, that's so and so streamer, and he's playing from France right now, or somewhere in Europe, right? And it's like, well, go figure, dude. And so, and you could have been, could be in A and they could be on high ping. Not everyone has good internet or a stable connection or whatever. It doesn't really matter. The thing that does matter is that at the end of the day, if you the game's netcode is already rough enough. If you add a high ping to it, it just makes it more rough on both ends, both the receiving end and the sending end. And so it's just next time you're watching someone that has a super aggressive play style, like a super aggressive play style, and they're hiding their ping up in the top right corner, they have an image here to where you can't see their ping, just take a mental note of how often they kill someone that does not return fire at all, and it's like shooting deer in the headlights. Just take a mental note on it. You'll start to see what I'm talking about. And again, I just want to reiterate, it's not that big of a deal. That's on BSG for having 200 ping, 220 ping as the limit. That's an extremely high ping limit. The fact that you can, I could go to Australia and play, or an Australian can come to the US and play, is kind of crazy. Like, that's, for a multiplayer game, that's kind of crazy. And on the flip side, it's easy for me to sit here as an American and say that because I have NA servers. There's more people on them. If I was in the OCE area, like I would be very happy that I can swap to a different server because OCE they just don't have enough players. And so yeah. Now most games are at a 250 ping limit. Not competitive FPS games. I could be wrong on that. The ones I played, they weren't. First person shooters, not competitive ones. Dota 2. Fair. I don't know about Dota. That's fair. League of Legends probably has a really high ping limit too. I honestly don't remember what it was on League, but at the end of the day, it's just a video game. So if they're playing within the rules and they're having fun, they're playing correctly. I don't care what their ping limit's at or, you know. So you're not cheating and you're having fun, you're playing the game correctly. Doesn't matter which way you're playing it. I don't know very many NA players that swap over to EU, Smokey. I don't know a single NA player that does it, actually. I'm sure there are, probably. I'm sure there are. And that's why I always add the caveat that, like, it's easy for me to sit here playing on NA. But point still stands. It doesn't matter if you're Asian going to EU or your EU going to America or your OCE going to EU. It's the ping that matters, right? I don't care where the fuck you're from. If you're playing on a foreign server and you're playing on high ping, that's the situation we're talking about. But yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. Wonder how many big name Tarkov streamers are playing with high ping. Well, you'd be able to tell. It's if they have an image up in the top right where that's where the ping would be. If they have an image up here, they're probably doing that. It's the same with like Warzone streamers and going to foreign servers to clip farm. It's just it's a thing in games. It is what it is. And I also want to mention, I would say probably a large majority of the time, if they're sitting there and they're hiding their ping, it's not with the intention of going over and ping abusing. It could be a multitude of reasons. It could be, hey, I don't want them to be able to tell exactly what server I am on, and I could be on an EU server, but you know, my ping would still somewhat show on this server, but wouldn't show on this server. If they don't see it, then they know that I'm on this server type thing, right? It could be a multitude of reasons. It could be that they run into a bunch of cheaters. It could be that the servers are on the dead side because over in EU, it's late at night or whatever fucking reason. Doesn't really matter, right? So I don't blame any of the players. Those that are abusing it know what they're doing. And that's not cool, but I would say that's probably a small subset of those that are playing on foreign servers. It's a very small subset are doing it with the intention of having an advantage with the ping. Which is why I don't get the crossover hate. Yeah, but for me, the game already has a hard time. If there's a tightrope that you're trying to walk on and it's already kind of feeble and isn't super taut and might have a couple cuts in it that it could break, like you could still walk on it and make it across and have, you know, do your thing. But if you got someone sitting there just fucking shaking the shit out of the wire, like that's not cool. They might be having fun shaking the shit out of the wire. You know, no one really says that you like, yeah, you could do that. Like I've never seen anyone say, don't shake that wire. There's no law that says you shouldn't shake that wire, but it doesn't take away from the fact that it makes it a less enjoyable experience for me walking on an already shitty wire. Starting to play Tarkov now, and hyping servers do change the way learn how to play too, right? Maybe. I mean, I'm not sure on that. If you're playing on high ping, I would just say just play super aggressive. If you know you're playing against someone on high ping, play super aggressive. The second I knew he was on high ping, I was like, okay, I have to be the one that pushes him. I would not normally rush someone inside that bathroom, especially not a skilled player. But if I sit there on the defensive end and try to hold an angle, I would have gotten my shit clapped, dude. I already know it. I would have got my shit clapped. Not because he outskilled me, but just because the server favored the peeker in a situation where the ping discrepancy is high. That's all. Yeah, like exactly, C2. I'm rarely going to run into the bathroom to clap another man's cheeks. Yeah, exactly. My shit's insured. We'll still run a labs. But I probably should swap kits. It's okay. Oh, but then that's like re-kitting. Is the res keycard spawn still guaranteed on labs? I believe so. Yeah, I believe so. I've seen people hating on the new EOD drip. I think it's nice. I think for USEC, yeah, the red is cool. The red flannel is cool. The green flannel, green on green, I would rather have the red one. Oh, one second. I gotta see if Wiz wants in. We're good. Upstairs. Doctrine buff applied on Lab Street keycard rooms too. Any keyed room, but I'm not sure if it was. I don't know if Labs was included in that, but I think so. I'd assume so. We'll see. Like golden roosters. Lots of them. And the egg. Nice. There's the res unit. That shit one.
Mother Lover 888. Been away for a bit, hope you're doing good, Sheefers.
Can't complain, brother. Can't complain. Life is good. Blessed. Hope the same for you, bro. All right, let's pre-pain. Go push some fights. And 250 ping, or not ping. Imagine 250 FPS on Labs. Not bad, not bad. On 4K as well. Which Labs is the most optimized map. Or well, maybe not the most optimized, but the easiest to run map. Smaller and doesn't have a bunch of moving pieces on it. The AI scabs aren't running around. The player scabs aren't on the map. As an advantage in Tarkov with high ping, like most other games, it's a bigger disadvantage. I can't speak for all games, but it's situational. It's not always going to be an advantage. You're going to die behind cover a lot. It's an advantage with a specific playstyle. It can be a disadvantage just as much. Like if I know I'm playing against someone on high ping, I'm going to be the one that aggresses. I will be the one that pushes. Even if I'm on low ping, if he is on high ping and I push him, I'll have the advantage because there's a bigger discrepancy between what happens on the server end and what happens on the player's end. And when there's that big of a discrepancy, it goes to the peaker, which is the aggressor, the one that is going to have the peaker's advantage. When there's the bigger discrepancy, there's going to be a bigger gap in what happens on the server end to the receiving end. And when there's that bigger gap, then it's going to the receiving end, the defender is one playing reactive. Two, he's not going to be able to send his information to the server. On the server side, he's already dead by the time he pulls the trigger. If I'm sitting here holding an angle and then the guy swings the corner and pre-fires me, I'll pull the trigger, I'll shoot him, and on my server end, I'm shooting him in the head. On his end, in the server's end, I didn't even pull the trigger. Now, situation reverses. If I'm on that end with low ping and the high ping's here and the high ping is playing defensive, the high ping person is on his end, he's not going to have, I'm sorry, on the server end, he's not going to pull the trigger. On his end, he would have. And so again, it just goes to the peaker. That's all. It forces one play style, and both parties will have to conform to that play style to find success. And it's a numbers game. You know, it's who's to say you play super aggressive and swing and you miss your shots, right? You still get got. G. He got shot at from down here. There should be one more player. Raider. Maybe I'm tripping and he didn't get shot at? I don't know. I don't know. Is there a reason why I have 0 out of 3 blue folders when I have all 3 on my person? I don't know. You should be able to still go turn them in. That might be it. You might just have to go turn them in. We had someone press G down here. I don't know if that person was leaving or just trying to get raiders out on the map. Yeah, I don't know if I fully answered the question earlier on why it'd be a difference in Tarkov versus other games. I do remember in PUBG it was very similar, that the ping limit was high / non-existent in competitive games, and there's a reason that when most FPS competitive games do tournaments that are online and there's millions of dollars on the line, they limit it to region based, and you're going to have an EU tournament and you're going to have an NA tournament or an OCE tournament, and it's not going to have the high ping discrepancy, right? the competitive integrity, right? And so I would assume it's similar for other games, but I haven't put 18,000 hours into other games. I put 8,000 hours into PUBG. And I do remember in PUBG, the general consensus was that playing on high ping was an advantage for a peaker. You could play super aggressive and on high ping. Get away with it. But you couldn't do the jiggle peaks. You couldn't play defensive. So like it limits your play style. Dude, I know there's a dude creeping around somewhere. I got you, Kappa. I heard something back there. Oh, shit. Here comes the freeze. Ah, fun bug, fun bug, fun bug. You lose audio for a second, then your game entirely freezes for a second. And you're back to normal. Found you. Holy shit, we both had the same plan. We got barrel stuff. That was close. All right, now I'm hoping that's lobby. Not sure if I care to have FMJ ammo. Guess I could take a stack. This dude didn't even throw a grip on his gun. Just bought the NL545 and threw a drum mag and called it good. What an animal. Is that just PPMO now? That's how I like to pack my mags, one after another. Not with PPM though. Did any of you freeze for me? Huh? Oh, it crashes for you? Wait, if you lose audio for a second like that, and then instead of it freezing, it just crashes for you? Oh my god, what is this, MK? I love it. Okay, well, I guess I shouldn't complain about it freezing on me. Right, all right. Yeah, I'll probably take this guy's ears as well, so I don't have to repurchase them. Nice. Yeah, it's that bug is rare. Not rare, like it's not super common, but it's not uncommon either. All right, so 3 players there. Then this player behind me. There we go. Okay, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm 8. I don't think we've seen. There's still potential 2 players up. It's wild he ran this. There's no aramid. You're just putting yourself at a disadvantage for no reason. All right. Good enough. Good enough. Hey, they didn't even hit any of the rooms. Busy throwing down. Oh. She ran through the whole S map, but that guy was hiding in a dark corner. Well, oh, another rooster. In his defense, he probably also moved over into that room from across the map. Maybe, maybe not. I think he was the one that pressed the G button, which is where I ran over to check. And so what I think happened was when I ran over that way, he came over this way. And so we kind of just traded spots. This RPD body you ran over earlier. Oh, yeah, true. So 9, so there's still one unaccounted for.
Enemy front.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Oops, sorry.
Oh shit, how'd that miss?
Strix rate. Yes, Sheef.
Yes. And keep that guy. Anyway, check the mags here. This could have good ammo. It does not. It does not. Where was that RPD body? Grab them, why not? Why not? Let's say from near the other ones. Oh, what? Just further in the corner? What's the rule set for a gunsmith on hardcore? Haven't done gunsmith yet, so I'm not sure. Yep, good call. Good call. On one of my previous hardcore playthroughs, like you mentioned, I did the PMC kills, 5 PMC kills per gunsmith, and I allowed myself to buy the parts rather than having to go and look for all of them. I like that. I probably will end up doing that again. But since the account doesn't wipe, I might just play through and find the parts for it. Especially since now a lot of them have barters. When I did it the previous way that I just mentioned with being able to buy the parts and everything, that was before they added in all the extra barters and ways to get the extra attachments. For Gunsmith Part 25, how does one acquire PKP? Killing Kaban. You just got murder Kaban. It's the only way to get it. You gotta take out the big man himself. All right, we are very full. I think it was a GP coin on the desk, was it not? Oh, in here? Yeah, it's GP coin. I guess I should still take it, because why not? Gotta do this fast because I'm running out of time. Shit. Oh, wait, that's gonna... Okay, fuck it. That's fine. I say it's gonna free up as much room as it's gonna take. There, that'll do. Let's get the hell out of here. God, we are chunk. String gain and some Sam. Twitch server's trying to get solo terminal runs, but have had some high ping shoreline fights. Feels a little bad. Nah, don't feel bad, Chris. Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. Nope. It's a video game at the end of the day, brother. You have zero reason to feel bad. You're playing within the rules. Shit, I don't blame you, bro. I would 100% want to try to play a more, like manually select one server rather than be on auto. But yeah, like you're going to terminal. You don't want to run into anyone. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, or they patched that. You can't spawn in with the BTR driver anymore. So. Yeah, it is extremely rare, but yeah, he could spawn in with the BTR driver would spawn in and he would have his PKPT or something like that. So it would not count for the for Gunsmith 25. It wouldn't count for Gunsmith 25. W raid there though. W raid. What's up with the new update? Brief synopsis. Brief synopsis of the update would be W optimizations, a little bit faster matchmaking times, bug fixes, some quality of life updates, new clothes. Done. Good. It was a good update, dude. Good patch. The game feels smooth. The queues have been fast. I've noticed an FPS increase in game. Yeah, no, dude. I pleasantly surprised. Pleasantly surprised. What place is guaranteed to find a raid mule? There's not a guarantee, but your best bet is either Labs or Labyrinth or Lighthouse. Lighthouse has some open world spawns for a mule. Labs is probably going to be your best bet at finding it quickly. Or you can craft it. Can you craft it? I didn't know you could craft it. Yeah, that then. Crafting wood. Good shout on crafting. I'm not much of a crafter. Are you going to Labyrinth for the first time ever? First time didn't go well? You got this, brother. Wait. Were you the homie that stopped by last night and was like, I'm level 21 and I poisoned myself in Labyrinth and I don't have the ability to get the XTG? Someone stopped by and said that last night. And it was like right at the end of the stream. And so I'm not sure if... No, you're level 4 here. Okay, okay. I'm not sure if that dude ever got helped. I felt terrible. I was so brain dead tired. Or I would have logged on to Tarkov and dropped him an XTG myself. I told him to hit up the Discord and... Just hoped he had heard me. Tarkov sucks. ABI better. For some, ABI will be better. I've played probably 300 or 400 hours of ABI. If you don't have a lot of time to put into Tarkov and you want to just play like a if you just want to go in and fight over the loot and that's it, right? You don't want to have to worry about questing. You solely want the risk reward aspect of going in and fighting over the loot. ABI is not bad. Yeah, you don't have to worry about questing. You can buy and sell pretty much anything on the flea market. The problem with ABI has a bunch of other problems, though. I mean, red ammo, the thermals, the nade spam, the AI is lackluster. The movement as a whole felt kind of not as grounded. Feels not as fluid, more stiff, and that's crazy because Tarkov is a pretty stiff and non-fluid feeling game. So it's like there's trade-offs on it. And in my opinion, if you want ABI, dude, Marathon fucking cleans through ABI. Marathon clears it tenfold. So it's like if you're a competitive player, Marathon is the best extraction shooter for sure. If you're wanting a competitive experience. Basically, Tarkov is just better. Well, it won't be better for those that don't have a ton of hours to put into Tarkov. Like, dude, if you don't have like a crazy amount of hours to sink into Tarkov, and but you want to play an extraction shooter where you go in and fight over the loot, then ABI is great. It's got a ton of quality of life updates that makes re-kitting and re-queuing 10 times better. And you don't have to worry about sinking in a crazy amount of time to level up your strength and endurance to hit the late game. Right? Like, dude, Tarkov is such a drastically different game when you have elite level skills. Your character has elite level skills versus being a Timmy. Being a Timmy on Tarkov's rough, dude. You barely have a good raid, or you go in with like a half decent kit and you're already like, water please, Sandy, water please. And like it's tough, right? You got to sink in a crazy amount of time to the quest, but that's good for a lot of people. Like there's a lot of people that want to have those. Like for me personally, that I'm more drawn to a game that I can sink my teeth into and play for a lot of hours and continuously be improving. And Tarkov's that game where the depth to it is just it's extreme. It's on the extreme side. Very, very in-depth game. But you do have the amount of hours that it takes like 1,000 raids to get max strength and endurance. Like 1,000 raids is a crazy amount of raids to have to get max strength and endurance. All right, let's grab our other Markstrom keys. Yeah, I know the whole ABI being a knockoff of Tarkov, a Chinese mobile game version of Tarkov. Honestly, it isn't even far from the truth. Like, that's pretty much what it is. As simple as it is, no one can deny that shit. Like, that is what it is. Without Tarkov, ABI would have never made ABI, right? No doubt about it. They would not have made ABI if Tarkov wasn't there to lay the groundwork ahead of time. But props to them for seeing a fucking opportunity and making a damn good mobile game. ABI is the best extraction shooter for mobile, hands down. Like, good for them. They ported it over to PC, and a mobile game ported to PC is not going to be the highest of qualities. It's also a free to play game, so you don't have to pay any money to play it, right? That's pretty big. So like comparing a free game to a game that has a $250 version of it is, you know. But for me personally, dude, I honestly couldn't give two fucks less if another game rips off another game. I care about which one I'm going to have more fun on. Simple as it is. Just like BSG doesn't care about ripping off an HK 416. Do you think BSG got permission from the HK guys to rock their stuff? Or quite literally all these other guns and attachments that are actually real world attachments and guns? Like, nah. Nah, there's plenty of stuff that they have not taken. Free ads. Well, if that was the case, then every other video game would be doing it too, and they wouldn't change. I guarantee that's not the case. And if you think so, I have an island to sell you. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm sure there are some gun manufacturers that are A-okay with it. I'm sure there are. There's absolutely no fucking way they acquired all of the rights to use every single one of these guns and actual names. Not a fucking chance. Other video games care about the image? What do you mean? No, other games have an M4 that looks exactly like an M4 that's not called an M4. And under copyright protection or copyright laws, that's okay. I bought a lot of the rights though. I would bet they bought 0 of the rights. Why are they not so BSG? Because they're a Russian-based company, and they also know that that'd be an extreme waste of money. Laughs in Russian. Now, as far as Steam and it being taken off Steam, I'm not sure how that process works. I would assume you would have to win the court case, or have somewhat of a process. And quite honestly, they might not care that it solely is probably coming down to dollars. They might not care that BSG is using them because it is free advertisement, and they know trying to sue them is not going to net them any money. So what's the point? in a company tries to use them, they know they can sue their ass. They know they can get money, and so that's where it would lie, right? They don't care that they're using the gun in the name. It's that they know they can't get money out of it, and that they know that they would have rights to get money out of it in a different scenario. People have definitely bought guns because of this game. Nah, maybe like. Like, I'm sure it's helped a little bit. I'm one of those people. I bought a gun because there's a bunch of crazy fucking people in the world and I'm legally entitled to have one. And so I want to have a gun in a situation where I need it rather than not have a gun in a situation where I need it, right? I'd rather need it and not have it than have it and not need it. But I don't. I'm sure there are guys that. Yeah, like Airwing said, like someone said with Airwing, he bought an MDR because of Tarkov. He wanted an MDR because of Tarkov, right? But a ring Marine is also a fucking Marine that quite literally loves guns and has a gun collection before he played Tarkov. So would you be able to be like, yeah, he bought the MDR because of Tarkov and he wouldn't have bought it otherwise? If Airwing Marine says otherwise, or says that, then that's the case, right? Because he's the only one that would know. I'm thinking on a general thing, it's if you're getting a gun because of another reason, you're not getting a gun strictly because you saw it in Tarkov. You're getting a gun because you need protection, you're hunting, you got a collection, you're into guns, it's not because you played with it in Tarkov. Otherwise, you'd also own all the different other guns that you played ever in any other video game, right? It's like, if that's the case, then it's like, okay, well, Call of Duty has made a bunch of people buy guns. It's like, that just sounds so silly to say. It's probably true. Someone probably did play with a Call of Duty gun one time and was like, yo, this is fucking sick. I'm going to go buy this IRL. Probably. So, regardless, it doesn't really matter one way or the other. At the end of the day, I'm a consumer. The legal precedent and side of things for whether or not it's okay on copyright stuff, I don't give a fuck about. Simple as it is. It's not my fight. I would give a fuck about it if I was the one that was going to have to go to court for it. That's when I'd care. As a consumer, I'm going to go with whichever one is going to be more affordable, a better product, or a brand that I like more, one that I have more fun with, whatever, right? So ABI versus Tarkov is like, I really couldn't care less on ABI being a knockoff on Tarkov. It just comes down to, I have more fun on Tarkov. But my loyalty to Tarkov is pretty much zilch because of not necessarily because of BSG or anything. The player base, the community, I fuck with Tarkov because of. A lot of the streaming career has been through Tarkov, and so a lot of the community is built off Tarkov. But that's one thing that I would play Tarkov over another game, even if I liked that game over Tarkov, because, you know, like with Marathon, for example, I'd probably be playing Marathon right now, but I'm playing Tarkov because I want to hang out with the Tarkov crowd, and I'm still having fun on Tarkov, but I would rather be playing Marathon overall in terms of a fun level. But I'm also wanting to hang out with the homies, and the homies are in Tarkov right now, so. That's all I was getting at more so is that anyone that would have a problem with
marathon all day marathon is just too ugly emo.
Fair. Yeah, fair. Definitely different art styles, no doubt about that. But yeah, at the end of the day, and it's not a one-to-one comparison, obviously. But at the end of the day, if you're going to care about copyright law, you know, you got to go through and through and care. In my mind, you should care about all of it. You can't pick and choose which copyright. You're like, okay, I'm okay with that being copyrighted, and I'm gonna, you know, buy a product or not buy a product strictly on that, but then turn around and be like, turn a blind eye. It's just it'd be hypocritical, I suppose, right? So. Randy's, appreciate you, bro, with the full year, my man. Thank you. The performance upgrades, it's been phenomenal. It's been absolutely phenomenal. Dude, what is up? I got too many cat hairs stuck in this bitch. The sensor's not like fully picking up. Holy crammed marked room.
John Ixl.
Johnny, appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, brother. Am I missing anything in here? I don't think so. Yo, it's all good, guys. Let's agree to disagree with it. I'm not even sure what the discussion was. Like, what is considered a Timmy versus not? I don't know. I mean, ultimately, I'd say low hours or lack of knowledge. God dang. Kind of depends on the context, I guess. Because I say, like, I have Timmy legs all the time. which a lot of times I'm just referencing not having elite stats. Because the, like, is 49 strength Timmy stats? Not really, but the best part about having high level strength is the max part of it, with it not counting your weapon weight. So whenever I say I have like Timmy legs, it's just I don't have elite strength. Just because you don't have max stats doesn't make you a Timmy. Stats like these matter? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess true, because like if you let's say you bought an account that had max strength and endurance, not a good idea. I would not recommend doing it. That shit probably got cheated on and you're gonna get banned, but it's like you're brand new to the game. So I guess there's multiple ways to be a Timmy. And at the end of the day, there's no like set definition, no Webster's definition, so. But like you could have max strength and endurance and probably still be considered a Timmy, just because you could get max strength and endurance in your first wipe, and like your first wipe, you probably still are a Timmy regardless of your level, right? Or your strength and endurance. But just because you have 10,000 hours doesn't mean that you're not a Timmy, because you could be on a low level account. Like if I prestige my account and I'm level 1, it's like I'm a Timmy. I'm a Timmy. You could have on a Timmy kit, dude. You could have on like a level 4 kit. I wouldn't be a Timmy in skill. D2 is already open. I'm guessing whoever came down here and hit power. And they probably smacked both marked rooms and then bounced. Oh, Raiders killed. How do you get the EOD clothing? In your overall tab. You might have to relog, but your overall tab. If you've only logged in once, you'll have to relog, but overall tab and then in the bottom left. You can't do it while you're in raid. You have to be in your stash. I played Tarkov since 2018. I never ran for Kappa. I'm a Timmy. Maybe. I don't think having Kappa necessarily makes you not a Timmy either. Not making any sound. Like, could you be a Timmy with Kappa? I don't know, dude. That's... Now we're getting into the philosophy of things. That's deep thinking. I'm gonna need to get a beer for that one. Yeah, reserve feels dead as fuck. Like, I know I killed that one person, and someone hit marked room, and there's a dead player downstairs. Shots over to the right. That could be Scab, though. So there's four players up at the minimum this round. Probably 5, like half a lobby. I don't think so. Kappa requires ball knowledge Timmys don't have. You absolutely can be a Timmy with Kappa. I mean, okay, so what about solo Kappa? If you solo Kappa, would you be considered Timmy? I would say no. I would say no. You could be a Timmy if you just followed along with friends. I would say if you got Kappa solo, you are not a Timmy. Now, you could have Timmy aspects to your game. You could have low level strength and endurance. You got Timmy legs. You could have, you know, low level, not low level, but low funds in your stash. You know, you got that Timmy stash, small stash size Timmy stash, right? So you have Timmy aspects. Max level traders can be a Timmy. I'd agree with that. Level 42 could still be a Timmy. So I guess there's different aspects of it. True, and with no wipe, yeah. More people would be able to get it. But yeah, you have like Psycho Sniper and the Punisher quest line and Tarkov Shooter. Like, I have a friend who sucks, but he has triple the amount of quests done to me. And so that's the question. Would Timmy refer to skill level at all then?
Defect_Matt. Hold up, people. It's not all about size of your container.
It's about how you use the container. It's about how you use the container. Because like if you suck ass at FPS games, but you know everything about Tarkov, but you're just like, I am terrible. It's like, I don't know if I'd call you a Timmy. You'd just be bad at video games. But you could be a veteran. Like, dude, I guarantee it. Nikita is a Timmy at Tarkov. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. I guarantee it, dude. That dude would have such a hard time getting to Kappa. He wouldn't do it, which is why he hasn't. I'd be so thoroughly surprised if Nikita's ever played through his own game to get to Kappa. Last time I talked to him and I asked him, I was like, what's the last video game you played? And you know, do you play Tarkov at all? And he told me that basically he doesn't like playing Tarkov at all because he sees it as work. He says it sucked any sort of fun out of the game because when he loads in and he's like, oh, we can improve this, we can improve that, we could be doing this, we need to do that better, we need to do this. And so like all he sees is work, right? He sees like what needs to be done. And so he's not playing it, it's work, right? So I get that. I don't think devs necessarily, for I would say damn near any AAA studio, the devs there at some level are probably also passionate about the game and play it, but I would imagine a lot of them are there because it's a fucking job and they need to pay bills and they have a degree in game development and a skill in game development, and guess who is hiring? A game development company, and so they got the job. Right? It's like, I don't think on the job description, they're like, you have to get Kappa every single wipe and play the game every single wipe at least 500 hours shot. Right? It's like, I don't think it's realistic to expect all devs to play the fuck out of their game. I do think it's a good thing when they do because it helps them be more in tune with like the changes that they're making. But I totally get it from the side of like, well, I don't actually like FPS games. I prefer board games or RPG games or whatever, right? So. I'd be so surprised if Nikita ever got Kappa. I'm sure he could. He would just be he'd be a Timmy doing it. Like, I don't think getting Kappa is like some astronomically high skill ceiling that is, you know, if you hit Kappa, you're automatically great at video games or anything like that. It's like you could be a very mediocre gamer and still have Kappa. And so I'm sure he could, but I just would be very surprised if he ever has. Otherwise, I would assume when Pestily tweeted at him and was like, hey, you grifter. He literally called him a grifter. He's like, hey, you grifter. I put this much money on the line. I'll donate it to charity if you stream you getting Kappa. Or I think he even said max traders, not even Kappa. He's like, get max traders on stream. I'll donate this much to charity. Zero response. Like, that's Pestily tweeting at him. Was it? Oh, it was only level 20 at that. Yeah, it wasn't even max traders. It was level 20 at that. It was level 20 at that. Like, I'll get to level 20 in a stream. All right, so it's not even like a crazy amount of hours that it takes to get to level 20. Potentially. Yeah, have a good night, V-Bit. Sleep well, my friend. Leslie's an arrogant ass? Nah. Let me see. Stem Shady here. God damn it. How could I forget about you, brother? Got 4,500. Kappa 3 times, prestige once, almost twice, and I'm definitely a Timmy. Why do you think you're a Timmy? Would you say is it like just skill? The real Tim Shady. Oh shit. We got 2 Tim Shadys. One Stem Shady and one Tim Shady. The real Tim Shady. That's hilarious. I learned mouse and keyboard playing Tarkov. I came from controller. Damn. Tarkov would be such a hard game to have as your first mouse and keyboard. God dang. My first time catching a stream, but I've watched you for the past year or two. I love watching your videos to help learn map strategy. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Appreciate the support. Sam came straight from console into Tarkov, just fine. Dude, props to you guys that learn mouse and keyboard on Tarkov. If you can learn it on Tarkov, then you'll be golden on any other game. Not that the skills will transfer over to any other game and automatically make you good at them, but the amount of reps and the amount of reps on other games would be way higher. Like learning mouse and keyboard on Call of Duty, for example, you'll get in 100 times more fights than you would on Tarkov in like an hour. Now you play Tarkov, or you play one match of Call of Duty, you'll get in 100 times more fights than Tarkov. Like learning mouse and keyboard on that would be infinitely easier. And then also the leeway for mistakes. That you don't get any leeway. There's not much wiggle room for making a mistake in Tarkov. You get punished. which also cuts into the reps. Like if you're not, if you go to do any sort of practice or just play the game, right, and you get clapped and sent back to the stash, it's like, well, that was a very short practice session. Any idea why content creators like Jesse Kazam stopped playing Tarkov? Oh, I have no clue. No clue. I wouldn't want to speak for him. Come here. Oh my god. Oh, made that mistake. Okay, well, that was a little cocky. I was gonna melee him and then he walked out. Kind of face through a wall. Yeah. Yep, it did seem like he phased through this wall, didn't it? Or maybe clipped through the door. Where is she? I'm Batman. Oh, wait, I was supposed to do that before I did the jump. Ah, fuck. Rusty. I'm rusty. That's my bad. Where is she? Where is Rachel? Where is she? Oh, shit. I whiffed. Oh, my God. I do have 2 blacked out arms. Sukablet. To fix the transition bug? No. No, you can still do it. You just gotta like Alt F4 the second it starts to fade to black or something like that. There's ways to do it. They all they did with the fix was make it to where if you don't do it at the right time, it'll ask you to reconnect. But now if you do actually bug, which is what the mechanic was in place to prevent in the first place, was now if you do actually bug during transit, you'll lose your kit. And so previously, if you bugged during transit, you had the option to Alt F4 and it just send you back to your stash with your kit. So you didn't lose your kit, but you lost all the XP. But then people were Alt F4ing in transit to use as an extra extract. And BSG went to fix it, but instead of actually fixing it, because you can still do it, you just have to Alt F4 at the right time now. There's a smaller window to Alt F4. But instead of like fixing it, it's still able to be done, and it just fucks over anyone that actually bugs. So I'm not a fan of that patch or that fix. I called it before they even did it. Called it before they did it. I said if people keep complaining about it and pressuring them into patching it, they're gonna fuck it up. Surprise! Why is Rashala so poor? That's a good question. You would think being a smuggler, he would have some money. I don't know if he's a drug smuggler or a person smuggler. I can't remember the lore. His guards are corrupt policemen, and Rashala is a smuggler. I don't remember what he smuggled, but is Tarkov a game that you still enjoy playing, / would play off stream, or has it become more of a job? I don't play off stream. I've not ever played Tarkov off stream. I play too much on stream. Like if I played Tarkov off stream as well, that would be that'd be too much Tarkov, right? But no, I still very much so enjoy Tarkov. Yes. Do I enjoy it as much as I once did? No. That would be insane. I don't know if I'll ever enjoy a game as much as I enjoyed Tarkov when I first started. This shit had me hooked, dude. Imposter killer. That's hilarious, dude. And he's got the killer tracksuit. That's hilarious. An actual role player, yeah. That's awesome. Well, the dude outside, he had a shotgun. He's doing setup. There's another dude outside that I want to go kill that sounded like he had a suppressed HK. I'm going to loot mark him first. Any tips how to get EOD clothing? Relog. If you've only logged in once, you gotta relog. You gotta do the patch and then log in, then exit the game and log in again. You don't have to like type your password and shit in. You just gotta go back to the launcher. Oh shit, you're good, Kimbo. Oh, also space, it's in your overall tab. Overall tab and then the drop down menu here. Overall tab and then the drop down menu. What part Tarkov makes you enjoy the game that much? I mean, it's a few different things. The risk reward. I like the spoils going to the victor. And, you know, going in, fighting over the loot. And then the spoils going to the victor. I think that's my favorite part. I'm a loot goblin. I want to go in and loot. And I want to keep the loot, right? And if I have to beat another player to be able to keep that loot, then that makes it even better. Or that is the piece of the equation, because otherwise like PvE I'd have as much fun on because it has loot, but PvE doesn't have the competition, the human element, the human competition. Right. And so I like the fighting over the loot and the spoils going to the victor. And then another aspect is that I can continuously play. Oh. And looted. I like that I can continuously play and play and play and play, and I'm always learning something new. Continuously getting better. And so it's which at this point it's all, you know, macro things. You know, little peak angles or you know, the small game details that would only make a difference in that one situation, and you're going to encounter that situation, you know, again in like 700 raids from now.
Bradfordson.
I couldn't tell if that was scav or not. Was. Brad, appreciate you, dude. Thanks for the 5 months. Thank you. Much love, Kimbo. No, micro things. Did I say macro? Micro things. It's no longer macro things. But it's also another thing is that there's no one way that you have to play the game to find success. I think that's fun. I like that. Yeah, it's somewhat of an sandbox type FPS where you could go in quests, you could be a PvPer, you could be a looter, you could be a scaver, you could be a memer or a role player, or you could try and snipe, you could try to melee, you could try to do pistols, or like there's all these different ways to play the game. And then if you swap up your own objective, like my first wipe, I didn't care about getting Kappa. I didn't want to quest. I was like, okay, I started 2 months into wipe or a month and a half into wipe. I want to just do PvP and learn all the PvP mechanics. I want to full send PvP. And so that's what I did. I ended with like 10,000 PMC kills, and all I did was push PvP. That's all I did. Different time back then because 9 out of 10 of the players you ran into were Timmies, new to the game, learning the game still. It was just when it first hit mass popularity. So the chances of running into someone that had several thousand hours in the game was slim. And then the flea market, you could buy and sell absolutely everything on the flea market. There was no flea market restrictions. And so as soon as you got level 5, you could buy and sell everything and anything. Anything and everything. Another setup player. So yeah, it didn't make it where I didn't have to quest at all. I didn't even unlock Jaeger. I didn't play Woods once my first wipe. Legitimately didn't play Woods once. All I did was play customs and labs. Played reserve like a couple times, few times. Well, no, I played more than a couple, but percentage wise, it was probably a couple percent of my overall map choice. Customs and labs. I'm dead. I've got 1 HP. I've got 0 HP. Unfortunate. That's unfortunate. I'm not gonna lie. Wild that Big Pipe was right there. Wild that Big Pipe was right there. I wonder if he was doing Punisher. Probably not. Level 54, there's no way. Because we saw his brothers dead over by dorms. I was so far away from dorms. That's insane. Big Pipe was there. I didn't even know Big Pipe could go there. Not gonna lie. I had no fucking clue. And not only did I not know Big Pipe was there, I was almost guaranteed certain the Big Pipe couldn't go there because I've tried to get them to go there. Learn something new every day. I'm telling you, learn something new every day. Still learning. There is a flare in the game that you can make the AI friendly. And I was pushing ZB11, the extract on the far side. There was an extract camper. He didn't kill me. I ran away, went back. I had the flare on me. I went back to where the goons were, shot the flare off, made friends with the goons, tried to get them to follow me all the way to the extract. ZB11, I couldn't get him to go past New Gas. I couldn't get him to pass. I couldn't get them to go past New Gas. They wouldn't go through the gate. They wouldn't go through the left side. I couldn't get them to go anywhere. Okay, I'll let you know. Is the acid green flare, yeah. Go up top in the building, peek them. Yeah, and then they will come there. Okay. Got a sushi bake. Sushi bowl. Sushi bowl.
Big C 883.
Is anyone else hearing sound from 15 minutes ago? You might have 2 tabs open. Do you see the MP7 dance bug? Yeah, it got patched. They patched that quick. Big, thank you so much for the 3 months, bro. And Jabab again with the 17. Let's fucking go, guys. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. There, we'll throw that in there. This thing might jam on me. Or Parrot. See if... Damn, it would have been better just to leave it as is. All right. Grab food and hydration. They killed me one time at Power Warehouse. I had no idea they could go there. Yeah, no, that was Big pipe caught me off guard. And then surviving with 1 HP really caught me off guard. And then the player up top really caught me off guard. All right, I think we're good. Minus meds. Custom's been active? It has. Somewhat. I don't know, actually. It has not felt like a completely full lobby, but it hasn't been overly difficult to find players, and I don't necessarily know if it's like that right there. We killed the one guy up in dorms, then the dude out back, and then the other HK user that ran away after killing the goons, 2 of the goons. And then the other shotgun guy, and then myself, and then the guy that killed me. So like there were 6 players. I didn't hear much else go down in that lobby that would have indicated there was more, but I'm sure there probably was more that we just didn't hear. But would there be another 6 that we didn't hear? Maybe. Call. So like I'm running into people, and that lobby very well could have been full. Customs is usually a staple point that you can almost guaranteed have a full lobby. We had a full labs lobby earlier. That was guaranteed because I had every single body. I counted every single body. So, I'd imagine if labs is filling up in its entirety, customs is too. Yeah, Minnie. I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. Have you tried co-op extract with AI scab? Buddy, I invented the co-op extract with the scabs. Now, I don't know if that's actually true. But I did it very early into Tarkov's career, and I hadn't seen a clip about it before that, nor had I seen when I posted it. Didn't see anyone say otherwise, so. This was during a tournament. This was my first time ever trying it. It was a 3-hour-long tournament. This was the first raid of it. And I needed... You got like... There was a... I honestly don't remember why I did it. I don't think that there was a bonus for taking the PMC scab extract. I literally just pushed his ass into the extract. Was it a bingo event? No, that was a That was for Evasion. There's an Evasion Solos tournament. I fucking destroyed that tournament. I won that by so fucking much. I didn't even have to play the last like hour and I would have won that tournament. Went into on one of the runs. I'm pretty sure it's one of my first YouTube videos too. Might be my first YouTube video. On one of the runs, I went in with just a pistol and wiped the entire lobby. 13 PMC kills with a pistol only, and one of them was an extract camper. I went to go to the extract, and it was Immercom extract, and I got shot at from someone at Immercom. And dude, bro, out! Let me get under. Boom. But yeah, dude, when that guy in the extract shot at me and I just had the pistol and I just killed 9 or 12, I think it was 12 people. I think it was 13 people in interchange. So I guess to 11 people. So it was the 13th. Dude, when he shot at me with that from extract camping, I was like, oh fuck yeah, dude, I'm about to style on this dude. I chased his ass down. Just sprinted straight to the extract and pooped on him. It was phenomenal. I'm almost positive that was my first YouTube video. Or one of the very early ones. I wish they did more Tarkov tournaments. There used to be so many. And then they released Arena, and BSG wanted to like really press Arena and the esports side of things. And so they stopped supporting any Tarkov tournament, and they just full sent Arena. And like, I don't think and it's probably actually not the fairest comparison, but there's like they don't get nearly the sort of traction they do as any other Tarkov tournament. Like Tarkov tournaments would have a crazy amount of viewers, but Arena tournaments will have like 100 or 150. If they don't have drops, they don't have any viewership. But it also is a bunch of streamers versus like if you're gonna have a tournament with streamers, that will have more eyeballs on the tournament just because of that. 1 second. Ugh. Yeah, the Tarkov tournaments. That shit used to be so much fun. Wiz. Go. He jumped up on the counter. How they organize Tarkov tournaments in the servers. Are they built? I mean, it was always like a nothing to take too seriously. It wasn't like an esport. Tarkov tournaments weren't. But it was, you know, fun events. It was like a beer league softball team. It's like no one thought they were playing for the major leagues. But like beer league softball is still fun competition. but they at the start, like that clip I just showed was that was a public event. That was a public server. And so when Tarkov tournaments first were a thing, it was all like public servers, and you'd have like a 3-hour time frame to queue as many times as you could, and there would be certain objectives, like kills would be a certain amount of points, loot would be a certain amount of points, and or scav kills, boss kills, whatever, right? And then they made it to where they could do private servers and make it to where the contestants only versed other contestants. Here we go. And on those events, it would be a little bit different because they could have like bosses were 100% spawn rate and they'd all spawn in certain areas, or ooh, that was close. But they could change up the rule set a little bit on like what would score points and whatnot. So a lot of them ended up being private server tournaments, and those were like the most fun. It'd be like Twitch Rivals, Evasion, or the be like Twitch Rivals, Evasion, or the I can't remember the guys' names. The hunt guys. And so yeah, they were. You gotta go out. Yeah, I know. Look at her, she's so cute. Yeah, those tournaments were always so much fun because you were, it was a different way to play Tarkov. Yeah, it was that was probably the most fun I ever had on Tarkov was when they were consistently running those tournaments. And consistently means like maybe once a month, once every 2 months. So it was not very common. It was I think that's lobby. Yeah, it was fun. I miss that aspect of Tarkov for sure. Okay. We got a player. Where would I have heard metal? Is he in the underground? I think so. It would have been like the one step from running up the stairs. Would have been metal. Ah, it's Raider. All right. Haven't seen a Tarkov tournament in at least 2 years. Yeah, now it's only Twitch Rivals. They'll do a Twitch Rivals tournament every once in a while. Okay, let's see. We got the one guy over here. I can't remember how many bodies I've seen, so we'll just go off of how many I loot. I'll take the mag out of this. Are they ammo out of this too? Boom. I ditched the Val, even though it's done phenomenal this round for me. It's pretty damaged. It's below 93, so it has a chance to jam, and the Val jams a lot. So I don't really want to worry about it. Plus, we got it for free, so got it off another player. We'll swap it out. And it's cheaper too. Tarkov, if a tourney was to happen on Tarkov, would you prefer solo or team tourney? Solo. Yeah, for sure. My duo doesn't play Tarkov anymore.
XXK33L0XX.
If, yeah, appreciate you, bro. If Adam still played Tarkov, it'd be duo. I'd want a duo tournament. Or a trio tournament, and I'd run it with Dunk and Adam. The last trio tournament that they ran, besides Twitch Rivals, Dunk and Adam, and I played in it, and I think we took second. No duo with Crafty? Honestly, I would do it with Crafty too in a tournament. Yeah. I don't know how. I'm sure Crafty would fucking crack the tournaments, yeah. There's a raider.
Take this, you motherfuckers! Ha!
What the fuck? Who did he try throwing that at? Did he try to throw that at me? I think he might have. No, I'd run a Tarkov tournament with Crafty for sure. More so, Adam and I have just competed together for so long that in a competitive setting, I would put money on Adam and I to win over any other duo in the game, hands down. Yep. Not anymore. Adam doesn't play anymore. We'll just take the attachments off of it. And the ammo. But Crafty, I'm sure, is skilled enough that we would fucking slay. Oh, don't throw a frag. No. Man, just slid across the floor there. Come back here. Gonna let me eat Moe on? Dude, that's what I'm saying. I was mesmerized by his eyes for a second. Also got killed because I didn't go back in the room. Sloppy plays, sloppy plays. Did they continuous changing? Yeah, yep. It doesn't heal and then put the thing away and then heal and then put the thing away. It just will continuously wrap until it's done. That Tarkov video of that dude carving soap have any meaning? No, that was just the BSG's social media team memeing. It's like the, you know, those videos that are like oddly satisfying. That's what it was. It's just the ASMR. Whoever, I guess maybe not team, but guy, social media guy, whoever from BSG comes up with their memes and stuff like that, it's pretty funny. Like, he knows his meme game. Oh, yeah, Arfa, but I highly doubt the intern that runs their Twitter account is the same person that's in charge of doing the quality of life fixes. And you know what? Actually, now that I say that, it probably is the same guy. Now that I say that, it probably is the same guy. You have a point. Point one, Gryffindor. It's like, as I was saying it out loud, it dawned on me that it very likely is the same dude. Ooh. Another Rotex. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. Have I looted everybody? Pretty sure I have. Hello? Raiders downstairs. I don't want to go that way. Do his hell over it. Can you still cancel with mags? The load cancel? Load cancel. Like start packing a mag and then can't cancel it? Yes. Oh, you mean auto hill and cancel it, like with the Grizzly? I don't know. That's a good question. I would assume yes. But I think the main reason in... Yeah, I'd probably work with the Grizzly. Yeah. I haven't played Tarkov in like a year. What have I missed? Terminal. That's really like the biggest thing that's been changed. Terminal. Damn, fire raid. We fucking slayed. They did open the safe, Reeves. It was closed. Oh, I guess. I'm sure they checked it. They probably just closed it behind them. I did check it. I opened it, but I think I don't remember if I actually looked to see if it was looted. They might have just unlocked it. That was fun. Labyrinth was in the last year? No. Labyrinth was... Maybe it was. Wait, are you fucking serious, Bo? It was exactly 1 year ago. No fucking way, dude. Or you can't... I don't know if you're joking or not. If it was actually like exactly 1 year ago, that'd be funny. I don't feel like cleaning up my stash. I'm just gonna drop this shit off. I'm just gonna throw this all in here. Nice. Release date March 27, 2025. Damn. So it was okay, yeah. So yeah, if it's been a year since you played, then did Labyrinth. No, that's actually funny. Good call. Yeah, Labyrinth and Terminal. I'll do. Labyrinth run? No. I don't want to have to sprint across shoreline to try and get to Labyrinth. And I'm going to assume Labyrinth is not going to have any players in it. It might if they're there to like go ruble grind or something like that, but nobody plays Labyrinth. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, shit. They're on labs again. The game does feel better today. I've kind of spanked. Icebreaker should be coming soon, yeah. Baron, so that one would hopefully be better than Heals. Yep, that's probably a good call. That one I'm hoping is going to be better than Labyrinth. It's supposed to be bigger. Wait, so I could grind for a vibe and sneaker and Labyrinth uncontested? Possibly. You might have people looking for, like, yeah, players looking for Coffdoms or labs or something like that. What is Icebreaker? It's a big ass ship that is designed to go through frozen oceans and or frozen bodies of water, and other ships can follow behind them. But basically, bodies of water that are super frozen. The front of the ship is designed to basically be able to power through them, and they'll have like bigger engines and stuff like that so they don't get stuck. And they're meant to go through like super fucking shitty locations. And that ship is going to be an in-game event and a map. And so here, let me Okay, well, this wasn't intentional, but I might have found where the MP7 bug came from. I went to pull up Nikita's Twitter, and this is one of the things from a while back. Notice how they're showing the new clothing. Take a quick note. What happens to his arms? I think I see where the MP7 bug came from. But I think it's on this one that he teased Lightkeeper. Oh, not Lightkeeper, but Icebreaker. Oh, maybe not. That was part of it. Never mind. Wrong clip. But it's on his Twitter, so I'll scroll through really quick. That's not it. That might be it. Wait, take it back. I might have found where the MP7 bug came from. I don't know. I thought they had a teaser somewhere that showcased the Icebreaker, but I'm not seeing it. Cool. How's the FPS now? Better. Good. Yeah, noticeably better. Labyrinth looks crazy as fuck. Labyrinth is a completely different style of Tarkov. That shit is a horror game. Lost, appreciate you. Thanks for the join the squad over on YouTube, my man. And for those of you who are wondering what the MP7 bug was,
Arms bug out. A glass. What the hell? Alright, you try it.
this is what the MP7 bug was this morning after the patch.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, take cover! Take cover, chat!
And he is not doing anything to like spin around and make his arms do that. Like this is Axel doing it. See, like he's not doing anything. His arms are just fucking spinning around.
Oh.
And when he goes to shoot,
Ooh. Okay.
like zero control over it. It's just spinning around. That was the MP7 bug. I would have called that a feature and left it in the game. Yeah, see, Dr. Weird gets it. I would have called that a feature. Where I'll go. All right. Oh. Is in my chair. I was gonna say, I know I dropped something. I only hit 1 million channel points. Why can't I redeem? I need to get some large channel point options in there. Poison Ellie beans. I could show you a kitten. We're fostering oh, what the fuck? Where is she? Where is Rachel?
Давай, пацаны, гази его!
Behold and Martrim, come on, buddy. Where is she? Where's Rachel?
In marked, man. He's in marked. Just chill, dude. He just wants to leave. He's got a Letty for the quest and stuff. Can we be cool?
Does he actually?
He does, yeah.
You guys
Swayze.
promise to be
Hope
cool?
all is well, man.
Yes,
Enjoy
Chief,
the
we
weekend.
promise.
Okay, I'm gonna trust you.
Thank you.
I love you guys. I'm gonna go to Stronghold.
Okay, thank you.
Вон он, блядь, ебать его!
Sorry, Well, if he's just questing and stuff, we'll go this way. Appreciate you, Bat Swayze. Yeah, all is well, bro. All is well. I can't complain. All is well. Ooh, I wonder if they're going to run into anyone else. Uh-oh. Fuck with Mac Miller? Mm-hmm. Of course. Dang, I kind of want to go back there now. Correct, Vex. Correct. How's Markroom looking? Really good. Stacked. I've hit it 3 times, and the first time was... the second time was ridiculous. I got like 3 or 4 colored key cards and 2 of the key cards that you need to craft for terminal. It was good. Just died to a 5-hour cheater. Oh no. Did you report him at least? If so, you'll get 100K when he gets banned in several weeks to never. Heard interchange pharmacies have been nerfed. I haven't hit it today. Can anyone confirm that? Do you guys know? No, King, we didn't. But no, we didn't. Oh, I'm so fucked.
Kippinator.
Fuck off! Oh my god, I can't believe I'm alive. Whew. I got you in ambush. Yes! It's the goons, yeah. Kippinator, appreciate you, bro. Thank you. Yeah, Kirk, no problem, brother. I am always down to let questers do their thing. No, King. I did make a Instagram profile from Wiz back in the day, years ago. It was like in college. I made him an Instagram profile, and I would go on profiles that I'd go on profiles that had like pictures of dogs posted or anything like that, and any of the dog photos, I'd comment and be like, I bet this bitch eats his own poop or something like that. I'd do that a lot. Not a lot, but I mean, maybe once or twice. Ow. I have no clue if I killed that guy or not. Yeah. Damn good nades, though. I probably shouldn't have killed him. That was kind of a dick move. You know what? Never mind. He took my, Wait. Wait a second. You don't have the rest of Big Pipe's stuff. I feel bad, though. I should have just let him get to the extract. Damn it. No. Piss off, Bird Eye. Shit, I didn't get him. It's not okay. He goes, I got hit, but it's okay. Carry on. Let's go find Big Pipe. I know, dude. That guy was probably so pumped up to get that MCX and stuff. He didn't even grab all the grenades. These are so good. He didn't even grab his armor either. Dude, I feel bad. Fuck, man. What's his name? Hands back. I'm gonna add him in game. I'll shoot him a friend request and see if we can give him a kid or something. Because I guarantee if he grabbed that shit and was booking it and so hyped. And I just chased his ass down for sport. Uh-oh. Well, that wasn't who shot me. Maybe it was. I think it actually might have been. Just kidding. You ever play... Oh, wait. Yeah. You ever play hot potato? You ever play hot potato?
Sheef?
Shit! Apparently, he has played hot potato before. Turns out he's a hot potato pro. Did he say Sheef? He did. It wasn't the guy from dorms. The dorms guy made it out. One of his trios came in. The guy that I originally killed came in and said thanks for letting the other two members out. Which is crazy. I got recognized twice that round. The first one maybe was from my hours, probably. But I did just change my name today, so it wasn't because I was running around with the name 20 kilogram foreskin. Nope, I changed it to Jehovah Thickness. Boom. But he might have saw the hours, and that's how I knew. That's possible. That's possible. Best name you've had? I can think of a better name than I've had. Stream sniped? I don't think it was a stream sniper, no. Oh, yeah, Kirk. I just heard you. Where is she? Even when I try and change my voice, they knew. That's all it takes. Where is she? Where is Laura? Or Rachel? Where is she? The EOD outfit is out. This is it right here. You have to select it in the drop down menu here. You select veteran. Did it start with RMT? It might have. It might have. Yep, there was one name. I've had a bunch of questionable names. Never anyone that was like terrible. But I've had some questionable names. There was one in particular that BSG asked me to change. They said, we don't want to have to ban you, but we'll do it. I was like, all right, you're right. That's my bad. That one's on me. That one's on me. I wish I would have kept a list of all the names I've changed to. I'm actually kind of disappointed in myself that I haven't done that. Dude, there are so many good ones. Care to share with the class, or is it TOS? It's not. I mean, maybe it's against TOS. It's not against Twitch TOS or YouTube TOS, but it might be against BSG TOS. It was RMT'd someone's mom. Yeah, is RMT'd someone's mom. And the someone was not happy about it. So, which is fair. Which is fair. Apparently, your mom jokes don't go over the same in Russia. Who would have thought, right? Who would have thought? And in all fairness, I'm lucky that I didn't get banned because, you know, honestly, I wouldn't ban someone. If I was a dev and someone made that name, RMT'd Sheef's mom, I wouldn't ban them. I would permanently change their name to World's Smallest Penis. Permanently. And then remove the option for them to change it. Mm-hmm. So I'm lucky I got off with them just being like, yo, you gotta change it. So that's fair. That's fair. I respect it. I changed it immediately and apologized. Rightfully so. I was in the wrong. I don't know the dude, and I should not have joked about his mom. That's on me. I mean that. I fully mean that. So. I feel like if you're going to do your mom jokes, it has to be either entirely to a stranger that neither of you know each other whatsoever and there's zero connection, or it has to be to a close friend. Anywhere in between, it is just downright rude. Just downright rude. OT Metia, appreciate you, bro. Thanks for the Twitch Prime. There was also another name. This is probably why BSG stopped rating me and or like retweeting me and stuff. This was during drops, and it was when they first released the Santa kit. It was when they first released the Santa kit, and it was like I had a full red kit, just like this one. It was a full red kit. And I named my account Your Sister's Tampon. and I got a bunch of people in the community to change their name to Your Something's Tampon. So it'd be like your dad's tampon, your dog's tampon, your uncle's tampon, whatever, right? Your grandma's tampon. And we all got into lobby. And I had everyone like look for group, and so it was all of us just sitting there in the lobby looking for group, and all you saw was just a bunch of different tampon names, and and then mine, and I had this red ass outfit on, and BSG rated me as I had it like pulled up and was showing it. They were doing like their drops campaign, and they do like a podcast or something. It was like 20,000 people, and yeah, they rated me. And then after that, I'd never gotten another rate or retweet or anything. They're like, this guy is weird. I thought it was funny. I'm trying to think of some of the other gamer tags we've used in game. Well, gamer tags in game, but we change them like every week, or I change it like every week, or pretty much every chance I get. All right. I think on that note, that might be where I call it on the night. Unfortunate on death, but I'm really hungry, and if I don't stop here, I'm not going to eat. I mean, I will, but I'm going to chow down and then go get ready for bed. Thank you guys so much for all the support today. It's been out of this world. Everyone hanging out, following, all the followers, lurkers, shouters, subs, get to subs, donos, biddies, everything. Thank you guys. Seriously, from the bottom of my heart. It means the world to me. Thank you. Marathon with Adam. I'm probably going to play a few with Adam. Depends on if he already has a squad or not, but I'm going to call it on the stream. I'm going to send you guys on over to Adam, though. I'm going to rate into Adam. Adam is my best friend, phenomenal guy. phenomenal content creator. So you guys will be in good hands. Very talented player. Also super good guy. He'd get the shirt off his back. All the support he ever sees in his life, he deserves. So yeah, let's go show him some love. Tomorrow I'll be starting at noon. So the new stream schedule. Before I go, just want to touch on a few things. This new stream schedule, I'm going to be starting at noon each day, 12 p.m. CST, and then going to 8. So noon to 8 each day, noon to 8. And then Monday and Tuesday will be off.
GG SheefGN.
Yeah, I'll be fun. Appreciate you, bro. The 49 months, my fucking man. Thank you, bro. Thank you. The funniest name coincidence I ever saw was when PUBG famous streamer killed a player with Molotov, and the guy's name ended up being Man on Fire. That's not a bad one. I can one up you on that. There was a time I was camping in factory doing some trolley shit, and some dude came running up and just fucking yeeted an impact grenade at me from far, from downtown, dude. Yeeted an impact grenade at me. Boom. Blew up. And I think he had thrown it from over the container or something like that. And I was like, holy shit, dude, I just got Uncle Rico'd. You know, like Uncle Rico from Napoleon Dynamite. He's like, I could throw this football over that mountain. You know, you're like I could do it. I could do it. And I was like, holy shit, I just got Uncle Rico'd. What was that guy's in-game name? Uncle Rico. Yep. Swear to you, true story. He's a follower. He stopped by the stream, actually. Yep. And his Twitch name? Uncle Rico. I swear to you. So, no clue who Uncle Rico is. He's a character off. He's that guy that peaked in high school as a quarterback and is like 50 years old, living in a desert, single, and lives in the high school days of him being a badass back in the day, and he tells his nephew just how badass he is and that he could throw a football over the mountain. Napoleon Dynamite's uncle. Yeah. You never seen Napoleon Dynamite? Everyone knows that type of guy, though, that lives in the glory days of high school. Maybe didn't play football, but played soccer or football. Yeah. Or whatever. It's just someone it was a dude who peaked in high school. That was the character's trope, was he peaked in high school. But I reference him a lot, Uncle Rico. Anytime someone throws something really far, it's Uncle Rico, or you Brett Favre it. Brett Favre was actually hella skilled. Uncle Rico was not. But yeah, either way, if you throw something far, you either Brett Favre it or you Uncle Rico it. Do you know who Brett Favre is, Vex? Being non-American, you might not. A pretty badass quarterback. A pretty badass. Deep cut these days. Maybe he's like 20 years old. All right, Baron. Well, next thing you're going to tell me is that Labyrinth is like a year old or something like that. All right. What are you just trying to make me feel old? You're just trying to make me. Are you telling me Napoleon Dynamite is 20 years old? I swear to God, if it's 20 years old, I will go to bed angry. ...2004, Jesus Christ. I'll see you guys tomorrow at noon. Jesus. How do you like the update? It's really good, Campo, sorry. I think the update was solid today. It was very solid today. Yeah, actually, extreme W on the update. They nailed it. I was very impressed. Slippuccino, thank you so much for the 24 months, bro. The 2 years. Let's fucking go, man. Thank you. That goes for all you guys hanging out. Much love, everyone. Thank you for watching. I'll catch you all tomorrow.